Test, test. Hallo, hallo, hallo. Hallo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ja, jeg tror det er lyd.
Hello? Ja, ja. Hallo? Hallo? Hallo?
Lyden er kanskje litt lav.
Du har volumet her. Og du kan... Ja, vi får se.
Bare hente kaffen min.
All right. Okay, we're live now. Welcome, everyone. I'm happy to see you, some of you again, some of you for the first time. I'm Marius Malaya. I'm actually the chair of NONOG, even if most of the work is not done by me. I would like to start with some practical aspects. The emergency exits, it's here, marked with green, and the toilets is on the side of the room. You'll see it right here. Otherwise, we can start, and I would like to start by thanking our sponsors. We have a couple of platinum sponsors this year. NetNode, which has more than 25 years of experience at the core of the internet and provides critical infrastructure from interconnection services, internet exchanges, time services, DNS services, root server operations. Thank you. And then we have FiberWorks, who is delivering first-class solutions and services for the fiber networks. And we also thank FiberWorks for the sponsorship. We have gold sponsors, Cisco, Sienna, and Logic, and Desix this year. And we thank them for their support. And a few silver sponsors. They might have the smallest logos this year's event, but they contribute together more than a platinum sponsor or more than 2 gold sponsors. So thank you, everyone who is sponsoring and making the event possible. And of course, we have our co-organizer, Nix, who is supporting us all throughout the year and with content and help in organization of the event. We have a bit of news. So the NONOG event has been almost 10 years in the making. And in 2014, the first attempt was taken by IKT Norge, now named Tech Norge, which is, like it says, very interesting interest organization for IT and telecom in Norway. And they organized the first event in 2015. And they also registered the domain, nonog.no. But then they didn't continue with organizing the events. So we took in 2016 the challenge, the current NONOG board. And of practical reasons, we couldn't get the .no domain there. We had to prove ourselves first, according to IKT Norge. So we registered the .net, and it was a bit of confusion along the first years. But then the .net domain was the established one. This year, we want to announce that we agreed with Tech Norge to transfer the NO domain to the current NONOG organization, and now nonog.no points to nonog.net and to the current web pages. So we'd like to thank Tech Norge for finally acknowledging us as a mature organization, and now the confusion is gone. Further, I would like to just mention a bit who is NONOG currently, and basically invite any possible volunteers to help, because organizing these events it's not easy. I'm Marius Malaya. I'm the chair. I work at Comfor. And this picture is actually from the first NONOG year. So you can see what happened meanwhile in the almost 10 years. This is Eirik. He's the vice chair. And actually, I think he contributes the most to the NONOG. I'd like to thank Eirik for all his efforts to make NONOG happen. Next, we have Lars, who is also with us since the start, and he's helping a lot on the practical aspects. And yeah, hosting the websites and sponsoring us, and yeah. Thank you very much to the team. We have an unsung hero here, Maya, who is helping us with a lot of practical aspects when she's wearing the NONOG hat, because she has many other hats. She will be presenting a bit later today. So yeah, make sure to thank her for organizing the event as well, because we would not be here without Maya. So this is the call for action. Please try to join NONOG. The three of us are very busy. We're so busy that even we might not reply to your call, to your answer to our call for action. So ping us a couple of times if we're not answering to your initiative. But we really do need help with all kinds of small practical aspects, from posting on the net's websites to finding content, to replying to participants or to sponsors, and yeah, all kinds of small aspects. Thank you. Further, I would like to mention to you that we have a survey for the participants. You have it on the back of the badge, so you can send your feedback there when and if you want. And we do our utmost to consider your feedback and make NONOG better for the coming years. So without further ado, and maybe a bit ahead of time, we can actually go forward. I'll need a minute to switch the slides. At the bottom of this slide, which I'll be showing in between in the coffee breaks, you have also the wireless password if you need it. And we're sharing the wireless, so the more you abuse it, the worse it will be for us. All right. Thank you, everybody. I hope you'll enjoy your day. At the end of the day, I can mention we'll have the dinner, which is right the floor below. All right. So now I would like to invite our first speaker from NIX. He is Herman Loenecken. Sorry. He's a senior engineer in the NIX team, and he deals with everything related to the daily operations. Herman is going to talk about the NIX status as per today.
Hello? Yes. Hello and good morning. So, are there anyone here who actually doesn't know what NIX is? Can anyone raise their hand? Yeah, please say yes. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to spend a few minutes just describing who we are, because some of you might not know what we do. So do we have a pointer? No. Okay, it's fine. Yes, okay. So these are the sites of the data centers that our switches are located. Here in Oslo is the main site of the Norwegian Internet Exchange. And we have Stavanger, Bergen, Trondheim, and Tromsø. And these sites are independent of each other. So if the power goes out on one of them, they are meant to work only in that region for the time being. NIX is run by the University of Oslo, and the team that works with NICs is from a specific department in the IT department of the university. My name is Herman, as you know, and we also have Kjetil, which, can you raise your hand? And we have Hege somewhere. There is Hege. And we have Werner. And us four are here from NICS today. And what do we do? What's the point of the switches we have? And it's basically best explained by if you use a website on your computer or your phone, and it's a website that's important to the Norwegian infrastructure. It's hopefully and probably interacting with our switches, where our so-called peers are connected. And this means that we're not relying on outside internet service providers. So it's backbone of the Norwegian internet, I would say. So here are some numbers from this week. On a regular week, we have around 200 gigabits of traffic running through our switches. This is traffic moving from all of the peers. So if someone were to maybe they want to download something from a Norwegian site, we would see it here. And sometimes in major events, major sporting events, or something similar, we will see bursts of traffic here, and that's pretty cool when that happens. Unless something's wrong, then it's not cool. We have around 70 NICS members, and here you can see the distribution on the different sites. The regional sites are not as big as we would like, but we're working hard on improving this, because Norway is Kjetil will maybe talk about this, but Norway is a challenging country geologically. So fiber cables something can happen, natural disasters. So it's important to have autonomous regional sites. This is the distribution of what speeds the customers are connected with. We have mostly 10 gigabits ports. We are trying now to standardize on 100 gigabits, because we see that this is important for future-proofing. And that means when something important happens, we need to be ready for that. We have enough capacity to actually handle the traffic. We have had some incidents where we've had not have enough capacity, and that made us really start working on standardizing on 100 gigs. When it comes to the actual how much does the customers use of their ports, we have around 42% is using around 70 to 90% of their capacity. And that means that when you have mostly 10 gig customers, and you have mostly or half of these utilizing 70 to 90% of their link, that means that you should upgrade to a higher capacity. When it comes to daily life at NICS, these are the types of this is the type of work that we do. We have had about 50 issues we've been working on this year, and it's what you would expect in a normal type of IT business. But a lot of the time has gone here to upgrades. Upgrading our software to be ready for the hardware, and upgrading our services, websites, stuff like that. So one of the things that I'm pretty excited to announce today is that we are ready to launch our new member portal, which is something called EXP Manager. It's a project that's sponsored by Nix. We've been working for a long time securing this website in a better way than we have before. So we have utilized some very good developers at the university to make this work in the type of secure environment that we prefer at the university for our other services. And I'm hoping to start migrating all of you tomorrow. So if something goes really wrong, call me and we'll figure it out. You will get an email and you will have to create a new password. And from now on, multi-factor is mandatory. I hope that's not a problem. But with the new portal, we will be able to get better insight into the traffic, and I'm really excited to see how this will work. As I said, we've been working on the regional sites. This is the current production TIX switch, which is a 6500 series. Yes. And this is the new one. This is Cisco Nexus 93 600 CDGX, I think. And it has 100 gig ports for the members. And it's not very relevant yet, but this is 400 gigs. And we can also provide this to customers in the future. And we're trying to future-proof because we want to be ready for more traffic. No, I'm wrong. This is a 240, and it's only 100 gigs. Sorry. Yeah, 100 gig ports. But it does not have 400 gigs. Sorry. But it's new, and it's better. Okay, so other stuff we've been working on is we've improved our monitoring and management infrastructure. We have a pretty well-functioning organization at the university, and we're trying to utilize the routines and all of the tools we have from the IT department. So we have a 24-hour monitoring person, which is responding to alarms. And if something happens, they will call Werner, and he will call someone other also to get backup, and we will go fix it. And it's not, I think it was last year where one of our switches at the Oslo sites, it completely died. So one of our engineers had to just go as fast as possible and switch the entire switch. But it happened very quickly. And some of you might remember that I talked about our 400 gigs journey last year. and we're still working very hard. We had actually a maintenance window last Monday where we had some plans. It didn't go exactly as planned, but we're actually not confident yet that the hardware we're using and the optical modules are stable enough to us to do the final switch. But everything's upgraded, and we've gotten some good practice in bringing down the entire NIX1. We've done it twice now, and last time I didn't hear any complaints, so I guess that's a good sign. Yeah, and just let me know if you want the details, and we can have a chat. And that's all I have. So I'll leave it to you, Marius.
Has worked at the University of Oslo since then, and with NIX since 1995. He would like to see a more resilient and robust internet in Norway, and he believes in working together to achieve our common goals. Kjetil is going to talk about the upcoming NIX plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, most of you have seen me before and heard me before, maybe too much, but I'll try again. I'll try to go through some of the work that we've been doing that is not really in the operational day-to-day thing about NIX, but what we do outside of the kind of day-to-day operations to maybe look into the future and make internet in Norway a little bit more robust, resilient, and useful should bad things happen. And I will also invite you to some information about our new 100 gig pricing model. That'll be a teaser at the end. So we all know that internet is important, all of us, and I think most people in Norway think that internet is important. There's been a lot of public work within e-com and totalberedskap, and also in the security field, saying internet is important. We need to ensure that internet is working, etc., etc. A lot of words have been written. We haven't seen that much action. But action is needed because the internet is not a pile of paper. It is actually something that is out there and working. And we hope that NIX can be a piece of the big puzzle, because this is not something done by one person or one government or one country. This is a big puzzle, international, and we hope to be a piece of that puzzle. The first step was really to get governance up and running properly. NIX has been around since 1993, owned and operated by the University of Oslo since day one. But it hasn't always been very clear for our owners, the university and the Ministry of Education, that they actually have a responsibility for the IX. This is now much more important, because when NIS2, which is in operation in most of Europe, eventually comes to Norway, don't know when, but it will. NIS1 is nearly there, so NIS2 will come in a few years, I guess. Now, IXs are actually mentioned in NIS2, and it is important to understand the responsibility you have when you operate an IX. So, based on this kind of newfound knowledge about the responsibility, we have had some more leeway to work on more than just day-to-day operations. So we have some plans that started in 2024 and will go through 2026 and probably quite a bit longer when we see how much work there is to be done, but at least that's the 3-year plan we have is out of, well, next year as well. So we do a lot of work on what I would call regional cooperation and regional robustness. That's our priority, and we have been doing quite a lot of work. We also line up a little bit our cooperation with others. NetNod is here. Thank you. And we have been cooperating with NetNod quite heavily since 2014, and this cooperation continues. The world changes, new things happen, but we will still cooperate because we think we can help each other. NetNod, big organization, a lot of technical knowledge, a lot of experience. We know Norway a little bit better than NetNod, but together we can make a better internet in Norway as well. And we've been a member of EuroIX since 2004. EuroIX is the European Internet Exchange Association. And we're trying to use our membership there to get more information and to make good things happen, like IXP Manager is a product of EuroIX. I don't think Herman mentioned it, but IXP Manager is made by INEX, the Irish IX, kind of on behalf of EuroIX, and we're one of many supporters for it. And I think it's a good tool for small, medium-sized IXs like ourselves that don't have the muscle to build these things on our own. And for you as customers, if you are on several small, medium-sized IXs, you'll see the same tool, which might be useful for you. So I made this slide over the past years to try to put into perspective what do we need operational for the internet to be operational. This might be well known to all of you. You might also have to think a little bit more about the real dependencies after this, but let's try. First of all, there must be some connectivity. Fiber, satellite links, radio links, some kind of connectivity. That's the basis. A lot of people think that as long as you have fiber, everything is okay. But what we know here in the audience is that fiber is only the first step of many to have an operational internet. But unless you listen to politicians, they say, yeah, we'll put some money in the fiber bucket and everything will be okay. But this connectivity must then be used to make capacity. And I think a lot of people don't understand the difference between the connectivity and the capacity, but there is a step there because pure fiber isn't that useful. You need someone to refine it into capacity. And this capacity must then be used to build networks, like most of you probably are doing. And then we have a lot of networks, but we still don't have any internet. The network operators must be able to connect as well. Now we have the physical internet that some of us nerds would like to see for ourselves, maybe no. But it was what it used to be, purely a network. But purely a network is of interest to us and not the rest of the world. We need services and other stuff on top. And one of the important services that are sometimes forgotten is DNS. And we think of DNS as a way of just resolving addresses, but it's much more today. If DNS dies, most email would disappear. Good thing, you would think, but still we need email as well. But DNS is very important. Certificates, also very important. I'll come to that in a moment. This is maybe something that we don't think of because it's just an infrastructure that works, but it is important. And exact time or exact enough time is also important. We'll come back to that as well. And of course, there must be some content and services. Without content and services, the internet is just, well, for bit transport. And there must be some data centers with power, cooling, security to house all this. We cannot do all of this. That would be nonsense. But we think that we can at least be of assistance in some of these fields. So that's where we focus our work. Someone else must do the rest, and there's a lot of other stuff. We had a small talk here earlier during the coffee break about what about the software that's running here? What dependencies do we have in software? I won't dive into that, maybe during dinner, but that's also something that, of course, must be fixed. But let's start in one corner. So I talked about DNS. We do have some root servers in Norway, but it has been kind of someone coming along and do want a root server. Yes, we want a root server. Where we put it? We put it here. No real plan. So what we are trying to do now is to understand what is needed in Norway. What if the connectivity to the rest of the world is cut off or has low capacity? What do we need at home to be self-sufficient for a while at least when it comes to DNS? This is not so easy. So because there's no coordinated work really on this. So how many root servers do we need? And where should they be? Top-level domain servers? Okay, yeah, good. But which domains? We have had some data from some friends trying to sort them a little bit. This is just, it was, I think, 10,000 queries to a root server in Norway. And we see, okay, comnet, ARPA.org, yeah, usual suspects. .no, yeah. .uk was quite important. .io, I think .io is some islands in the Pacific, but still their domain is important for us. And when does the important turn into non-important? We see Google, US is quite down there, but the long tail is extremely long. So deciding what is important for Norway and maybe have an agreement within Norway that if you have an important service, you should only use these domains would have been great. There's no such thought process even at the moment, I think. But this is something we should definitely look into. And also, how about DNSSEC? There's quite a few people using DNSSEC, but does anyone demand DNSSEC? I don't know. And also the big question about public resolvers. It's been quite popular for a while to use those large global resolvers. Do we really want to handle them, our DNS queries, for them to use in their marketing? I don't know. Let's think about it. So our goal then is to find a good, I call it, mix of DNS servers and services and put it out on several NICS locations. This work has just been started. Our first kind of server that will serve this is in Tromsø, where NetNod is putting up an iRoot and all their other top-level domains as a start. And then we'll try to build on that to have more top-level domains inside that service to be able to have a little bit more complete set of top-level domains to be served publicly in Norway. And if that is a success, we'll probably do a cut-paste and have more of them spread out through Norway. So that's the DNS side. Time and sync. For those of you who have been here around these meetings a long time, you will remember that we have been talking about time and sync quite often. And it started out 3 years ago at the NONOG meeting, where we had a presentation about the need for exact time. And it has been a lot of work. And some people ask why, but this is in Norwegian, but I think most of you understand. There is a lot of possible use cases for accurate time. Some need accuracy on year or month or day scale. Some need accuracy in the nanosecond space, but they still need accurate time or accurate synchronization. I think there's at least one more presentation today about this topic. And what happens if you don't have this exact enough time. In the long end, you might be denied access to your software because your licenses are out of year if your clock is that far off. You might be denied login if your clock is in the future, maybe. And there might be a lot of bad things happening with logs, transactions, everything. In the 5G network, the different network operators need to be in sync to utilize the frequency spectrum fully. And if the frequencies overlap, if you know you're doing radio stuff, you know that frequency overlapping is not very good. Then all the frequency space you're using is really useless. And also in navigation, in Norway we have a lot of GPS or GNSS jamming, spoofing in the northern part, northeastern part of Norway. And I think that will be more common. We need to have some other infrastructure to distribute exact time and sync and position as well. So there's a lot of reasons why we should work on this. There was created a local task force. I think it has had 5 meetings up to now, something like that. I'm looking out for, someone in the audience knows exact, but there's been a lot of work. NetNod has been very good in assisting us. And the reason is that NetNod in Sweden have installed and operated I wouldn't say a network, but it is 6 different time and sync nodes where Swedish companies can come and get exact traceable time and sync for their needs. We don't have anything like this in Norway, but NetNod has told us what they've been doing and being of good help for us and for the Norwegian authorities in this case. So we're thankful for that. So we're optimistic. We believe that things will happen this year, or at least we believed a little bit earlier this year, because Nkom and Justervesenet, they have some plans. They don't want to tell anyone what the plans are at the moment. We're trying. I think the report was made in June, something like that. It's still on someone's desk. We're chasing that person, but we hope that this will start moving fairly shortly, and we've put forward that NIX can serve as a distribution point for time and sync, much like NetNod is doing. And we can also do other stuff, of course, but we don't see ourselves as kind of the operator here. We don't have the competence of the people, but we're pushing to get this up and running. So it'll be interesting to see. Hopefully next year we have some actual news. I was talking about certificates. Modern internet communication is very, very relying on or dependent on certificates. HTTPS, TLS, SSL, etc. It's based on certificates. And one of the key building blocks of using certificates is these certificate authorities, CAs, and their servers for verification. So sometimes you need them online all the time. Sometimes you need them online now and then. But you need those servers. You need the CAs to get this thing to work and scale. Currently, or shortly, there will only be international operators available. And there's only a handful, I think 5 or 6, that have 99% of the market. And the low-cost option is the one that has 50% of the market. Let's encrypt, but that's another story. We used to have a Norwegian operator, Bypass, but they announced, I think, yesterday that they were withdrawing from the CA market space. I think that's a step in a very wrong direction, but well, I'm not doing the business for them. But this is something we have to be aware of. We are trying to understand this a little bit better. It's, for us, fairly unknown how robust this setup is today. How much of outages on the internet will it survive? But what we're very sure of, if you're not able to verify your certificates, your internet will not work. Whether if it's your Facebook app or a banking app or a website for a local newspaper, it will not work. So we are trying to get more information, but we see that there's not a lot of people knowing about this topic. And sometimes when you try to talk to people about it, they start running and screaming away from you. But no, we'll be working on this, and we hope to start this really a little bit more in detail later this year, because we think it's important to have this kind of infrastructure in Norway as well. Content and services. We can make content and services available, but we're not a service operator or a data center and anything like that. That's not our role at all. But we can make things available for a greater audience or a number of operators in a maybe easier way than some other ways. We've been talking about CDNs and other type of caches. We are talking about DNS and NTP, etc., and maybe some important national information. I know there's a lot of work going on in Sweden about regional autonomy, where these things are on their agenda. I don't see much of it in Norway, not on the public agenda at least, but we're pushing in to do this, and we're talking to a number of interesting parties to make some of these things happen. I talked about DNS, but the rest of it as well. So we feel that this is even more important in the regions, well, outside the Oslo area, because Oslo area is fairly okay covered, I think, since most things in Norway have had a tendency to end up in Oslo or the larger Oslo area. But we need some input, what your needs are in this area. As operators, either network operators or service operators, what do you need and where do you need it? So, and that brings me along to another important thing, and that is the community, us. We've been working on bringing kind of internet folks together for a few years, together with NONOG now. I think it's fairly successful. I hope we can continue that. But we also do a little bit more than that, because we think it's always a good idea to know people. Our business is kind of special. There's not so many people working in it. So you can't just kind of expect to find people that has the same knowledge just by asking random people. And when things go really wrong, you need someone to talk to. You need someone to help you to get things up and running again. And it's much easier if you've met them here, had a coffee, maybe a dinner. And it's much easier to call people and ask for help. And it's much easier to give help if you know the other person. So you know it's not someone trying to fool you to do something stupid. So we also encourage these kind of meetings to learn new things. I think there's a very good agenda today with a lot of different topics. We'll all learn something today, and have somewhere to meet to talk about the specifics. So we have had, since the last NONOG meeting, we have had meetups in Tromsø, Stavanger, and Narvik with approximately 35 to 40 people on each. The focus have been regional robustness, but still we bring people together, we make them to talk to each other and discuss. They can be fierce competitors in their local, regional part of Norway, but they still need to cooperate to get their business up and running and be better. We do have a plan to go to Trondheim as well. We said that we should try it this autumn, but looking at the calendar, no, it'll be early next year. And the goal is the same: bring the people in the region that works in this area together, discuss primarily regional issues, but also other stuff that is of interest to people. So, and we will continue to support this meeting. I would say this year we have not contributed that much. We have 2 presentations and our logo. That's about it. So thank you to the NONOG board. We'll promise to be a little bit more active. We used to be much more active, of course, but we'll be back. And we will also maybe continue with our next meetings in the spring. We had one in May, and we were not that many. It's partly because we were very late with announcing it, but we'll do some soul searching and see if we can do that as well. Because we believe in gathering people, maybe just a half day and informal dinner afterwards, but bringing people together just to make people know each other a little bit better. So now the final thing that I promised to say a little bit about, we've had 100 gig available on our IX for quite a while. As Herman showed, it's quite a few 100 gig ports operational. Our pricing has been set from many years ago and has not been changed, but we've had some hints that it's maybe time to do something about it. So what we have been doing is trying to look at what does the market want and what do we want. And there's a goal for us to kind of standardize a little bit and also to encourage people to have more capacity, more spare capacity, because we know that when something happens, it might be a big soccer match, it might be a pandemic, it might be something else, you might need bandwidth. And if you have it already, you can use it. If you don't have it, you have a problem. So we're kind of encouraging people to go in the 100 gig direction. So the first thing we do is, of course, the current product, reduce the price, 30%, well, yeah. We also introduce, since we like resiliency, just for a few dollars or more, you'll get dual port option, where you can have 2 ports. You should run traffic on one of them only. It's not a 200 gig option, it's a 100 gig with resiliency. And you can have it on 2 different sites in Oslo, if you like, NIX1 sites. But it's up to you. It'll be active, and you can push the traffic back and forth depending on your need. When you need it, you don't have to involve us. So we're here kind of encouraging operators to build networks with more resiliency at one single peering point. Won't fix all type of resiliency problems, but might make it more stable. And we also have an option with a 100 gig single port with a 30 gig soft cap. So if you're currently a 10 gig customer, and especially if you're in the 90% utilization range, you should definitely look at this, where we put in a price which is approximately 3 times 10 gig. You get 30 gig, but there's a soft cap, no hard cap, except the line speed, of course. That's fairly hard cap. And we will look at the 5-minute traffic graphs. And if you go above that in the 5-minute average regularly, you'll have to go to a full speed deal. But we'll try to be fairly kind, at least in the beginning. A couple of examples. If you were this customer, and you see the 30 gig line is in the middle here, we would say that you're a full speed customer because you're above, your 5-minute average is above 30 gigs for significant part of the year. But if you're this type of customer, where your 30 gig is up here, we have this unfortunate spike. And we're not going to do as the power companies do that. If you have, for one single hour a year being above a threshold, you'll have to pay for that all the year. We'll say you're definitely within the 30 gig cap. So this will be done manually at the moment, at least. We'll maybe talk to INX to get some functionality into XP Manager eventually, but this is how we plan to do this. So we hope that this will be kind of a good path forward, because we know that if you buy a new router today, getting a decent router for kind of internet type of routing with something else or less speed than 100 gig is quite difficult. So this might be a good option for people moving forward. And prices are valid from 2026, but you can order it now if you like. You can, Herman will take orders in the coffee break. No, well, but we are ready to supply this right now, but the pricing will be valid then for next year. So the invoice you'll get shortly, which is this year, will not be changed. There's some other changes as well. As we said, we're trying to streamline things a little bit, don't have too many different options, and we're trying to move people away from, especially 1 gig, but also 10 gig. So there won't be any big changes, except we will discontinue the 25 gig option. I think it's 3 customers with 25 gig, or it was a little bit earlier this year. So it hasn't been a big success, so to speak. We'll keep the existing ports running at the current cost level for a while, but eventually we'll ask you to kind of become more modern and move into something else. But you will not be able to order 25 gig anymore. And we will also remove the discount on additional 10 gig ports. There has been a little bit of discount on additional ports. We will remove that also to encourage you to move on to 100 gig. And one of the reasons is that our cost for a 10 gig port is almost the same as a 100 gig port, almost. So it's makes no sense for us to do discount on 10 gig ports when they're really as expensive as other ports. And we also, up till today or to this time, has been a mix of us paying cross connects, you paying cross connects, nobody paying cross connects. It has been confusing. So what we'll do now in the future is that when you're in one of the commercial data centers, you as a customer will have to order and pay for the cross connect, which I think is the industry standard in this business. We see that you might have a better price than we get from some of these data centers, and you can do it in a much more efficient way than we can. Of course, at the university site, there is no cost for cross connects. It's a patch cord this long, so it's still at no cost. And that was about it. Our website will be updated with new pricing in a day or two. I'm looking at those. Yeah. So you could, when you've forgotten what I say, you can catch up there. So yeah, that was it. And if you have any questions, catch one of us in the coffee break, and we'll try to again.
Actually, there is a comment on
Okay.
Slack mentioning that the standby port with no traffic will not work when it's needed. And it's best to have traffic. This is in relation to the 100 gig active standby.
Yeah, maybe, but people get it to work elsewhere. So, well, I would say that we don't want people to kind of load balance and then end up with 55% and 55% utilization, and you get it into one port and it breaks. We want people to keep the main traffic on one port. If you have a trickle on the other, so be it. But we don't want people to, as people do on if you have 2 power supplies into a rack, you load both with 80%, and what happens when one of them fails? The other one fails as well, of course. We don't want that situation. So, but we'll be kind to people. So, yeah. But the intention is to keep it as a spare, and of course you must check that it works so that it works when you need it. But still, that's the main idea. There's one arm down there. We can take one question from the audience, I guess. The question was, how do you expect customers to do switch over from 100 gig to another? We will not be involved. From our part, it will be 2 separate peerings into the fabric. You have an IP address on each of your peerings, and you will use BGP to move your traffic wherever you like it. And we should most definitely not be involved in that process. Okay. Yeah. Well, could you take it in break, or is it of interest for everyone, Tore? Well, the question is, if you have two links, 200 gig links on the 1+1 option, and you loaded them both with 40%, I would say that your design is flawed, because if you use 80% utility on a 100 gig port, that's not good. So, but I understand your question. We will be kind, but the idea is that you're not buying 200 gigs, you're buying 100 gig, but you have a redundancy option, so you can move traffic back and forth. And as I said, put most of it in one, have it trickle on the other, just to make sure it works, and then you can move traffic as you like. We will not be very hard on the, at least not in the start, to kind of judge people or cut wires, but we will encourage you to use this wisely as a resiliency, redundancy option, not as a more capacity option. If you need the capacity, buy two links. If you need the redundancy, you can have this as an option. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Adil. We are now heading into a break session where you can enjoy some refreshments, and we will be back in approximately half an hour at 10:45. See you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Yes. You're quite a nice gang to meet and talk with. So I hope you enjoyed your break so far. But we have to continue. Our agenda is full, and I guess you also want to have some time for lunch after these sessions. So let's get going. Our next speaker is Frank Tuhus from Cisco. He's a solutions engineer at Cisco, supporting all utility customers in Norway. All the utilities are now looking at transporting time and sync over the WAN network. Frank is also working on testing and design of the 61,850 base substations. The first 17 years in Cisco, he supported the service providers both in Norway and in the Middle East. Frank is going to talk about timing and sync over the WAN today. So thank you.
Are we on? Yes, I guess we are. Yeah, so my name is Frank. I'm going to talk a little bit about timing and sync over the wide area network. There's a lot of people in the room that has been working on time and accurate time and reliable time and redundant time in the room today. But I think maybe I will have a bit of a different angle to the topic. Yes, I will be here this afternoon if there's any more questions. So what's all this fuss about time? We all know that the time, now it's about 10:45, but that's one thing. The media broadcasters like NRK, SVT in Sweden, they really need accurate time and frequency to be able to edit and broadcast and match audio and video. That is super important. Then you get out of lip sync and those kind of things if you don't have accurate time. And the telecom industry, like the mobile operators, they are using PTP, precision time protocol, to distribute accurate, synchronous time out to all of the base stations, to the radios. And they're also using the accurate time in other parts of the network. My favorite customer group these days is the power utilities. So all substations within the Kingdom of Norway need an accurate time. In those, think of a transmission line, 400 kilovolt. There are protection units in both ends of these power lines. And those units, they need synchronous time to be able to sort of trip, as we say, they are sort of switching off the fuse at the same time. If they don't, the whole thing can catch fire. So meaning within those kind of industries, accurate time and frequency is super important. Kjetil Otter Olsen has already mentioned sort of what's the result if you don't have accurate time. Financial institutes, they are more on the sort of the time of the day. They really need sort of a time stamp on when the transaction is happening. So that's another use. And then, of course, we are seeing more and more requirement for accurate time and frequency within industrial automation. The more automation you have, the more autonomous guided vehicles, the more robots, you really need also to have an accurate time. So this is also a requirement coming in from them. And the thing is that they have the same need, and we can then distribute an accurate, reliable, secure time to these kind of locations from a central point. And we will get back to that as well. So I will use some words, and I like to sort of give this as an example. So this is, you have a couple of radio towers, E-Node-Bs, that needs accurate time to get to actually work. And in this scenario, we are bringing in accurate time for the GNSS, GPS, the satellite system, that it has a super accurate time. GNSS has a super accurate time that we can then synchronize towards, and then we can use that to provide the correct clock to the radio towers. But in those, then you need one of these GNSS receiver in each and every single radio tower. Another alternative is, of course, to then sync to what's called the Grandmaster. We get back to all of these things. And then we will use this one to then provide the clock to the radio towers over the network. And then we're using a protocol called PTP. And this is what we are. So this solution is also working within the utility sector. Each and every substations within Norway is actually today synced from GNSS. And then I say each and every one. Yes, we have come a little bit further, but from a top mind, each and every one is synced from GNSS. Has any comments to this? Is this a fantastic solution? Syncing substations, mobile towers from GNSS? Come on. No, that's the answer. It's not a very good solution. And that's why we are here. So even this one, where you are syncing this Grandmaster from the GNSS and distributing over PTP, it's still not 100%, but at least here you can sync and get sort of going. And then if you see GNSS drifting off, then you can then hold over on internal oscillator and those kind of things. So I guess the reason why you commented this, and this says GPS, it should have said GNSS. I had to ship off the slides before I noticed that mistake. GPS is the European, no, the American one, sorry. But we also have other sets of satellites, and all of those, sort of a common name for all of those is GNSS. So we have both the American ones, but we also have the European, and we also have a Russian one that we might not be using, and we also have a Chinese one that we might not be using. But at least we have two. And then, so what's the main challenge? The main challenge is that jamming a GNSS solution is very easy. The radio signal in the GNSS transmission, it is so weak, so it is so easy to actually jam it from a very simple device on the ground or in the plane or in a helicopter. It is super easy. So that's jamming. Spoofing, that is when you're actually transmitting a signal that you have generated yourself, will have the same impact. And then you can also start to do some meakening, where you're receiving a signal at one location and you're transmitting it at a different location. All of these kind of attacks, if you may call it that, will make the GNSS time drift off. It will make the protection unit in a substation trip. It will make a mobile tower disconnect, so you're not able to transmit or call using that mobile tower. It will also affect incoming missiles. So you could actually then jam incoming missiles so they can't use GNSS to navigate. So this is actually what's happening in Ukraine. So the Russians, they are jamming to get the power substations down. Ukrainians, they are jamming to affect the incoming missiles and drones. Meaning that over there, it's jamming all the time now. And speaking to our friends at NetNod during the break, so one thing that we have done is also to support the Ukrainian utility companies to then actually have, yes, because they were 100% reliant on GNSS. So we had to come up with a solution where let's see, is it possible to survive for a certain amount of time, even if you lose GNSS? Or you recognize that your GNSS or GPS is actually being jammed, then you should not use that one, and then you should go on to what's called holdover, and then you should use internal oscillators. So we were able to keep those substations going for a certain amount of time before we, again, need to have an accurate time being inserted. So this is one way of surviving, but if you're able to keep your time running. That's in war. Luckily enough, we are not there, but we are still being impacted. So this is a slide that I just keep on adding news. So the last one was Ursula that had to land her plane, I think it was last week, not reliant on GPS at all, because that was jammed. If she had been using the GPS signal, they would have missed the airfield. I haven't spoken to them, but there are information saying about the Widerøe pilots flying up north. They have sort of now said, please don't tell us when the GPS is jammed, because we know. Please tell us if it's not. So up north in Norway, it is so bad, so now they are not relying on GPS at all. And of course, this is now, of course, being documented. So all the red and orange are areas as of 7th of September. That is a high degree of jamming. So in these areas, these GPS are 100% unusable. And there are several ways of documenting this. But this is what's called gpsjam.com, I do believe. That is also gathering all of these kind of information. So back to this slide again. This sounds like, okay, so let's come up with a solution where we can not be reliant on GPS, and then we can just provide PTP, Precision Time Protocol, is a protocol that we can distribute phase to all of these kind of customers. A lot of people in the room are providing services to, let's say, power utilities. Power utilities is not using the same profile as the telecom, because there are some very specific requirements and needs within each industry that then again has developed their own PTP profile. So it's not, yes, I do PTP 5988. Great. No. Because within the PTP, you have so many different variances and versions. So even within the telecom profile, the power profile, there are at least 3 or 4 versions. So, and this is very, very dependent on the implementation. Just as an example, and don't shoot me because this is a very old slide. This is just one example of all the ITUT profiles that is coming out of study group 15. And what the telecom profiles, the telecom industry, mobile operators, they have ended up by using what's called 8275.1. So if you haven't heard about 8275.1, that's what you should be transporting in your wide area network. Can I just raise a hand? How many in the room has configured 8275.1 in your wide area network? Kari. Okay, so it's not too many. Okay. So why are we actually then using 8275.1? First of all, it is a full path profile. So you have full path support of PTP through your entire wide area network. And it's also reliant on SYNC-E, synchronous Ethernet, that you will have. You will then get your frequency from. So the frequency is coming from SYNC-E, phase is coming from PTP. You also have another thing that we are utilizing within the different segments. You have the possibility of doing interworking between the profiles. And that's where we're coming from. So in the wide area, in the transmission part of the network, you are using 8275.1. Because that is a protocol that you really can transport over very long distances in very long, huge networks without compromising on the quality and the accuracy, because that's the most important thing. I don't know if this is Cisco specific, but it might be something in 8275.1 that can load share on bundle links. Might be. I don't know if that's Cisco specific. And yes, for a power utility, this can also increase the accuracy. So if you're able to distribute using 8275.1, how many times have I said that now? 8275.1? 50? Yeah. Telecom profile. If you can distribute and transmit using that profile, then you will interwork, you will translate into power profile in the substations. And this is what we're also going to talk a little bit about. I haven't created this slide. Easy deployment. Yeah. It is fully possible, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's easy. And what I now will show is just some testing that I recently have done, even if we have been testing and documenting and piloting PTP for years. So this is also one of those, it's not IPv6, it's not that bad for implementation in how long it takes, but PTP is really something that we have been testing for a long time. And what's a little bit specific about this? This is a lab setup, and this is simulating a substation down here, and you have a small substation at the top as well, and then you have a wide area network in between. And one of the good things with this testing that we did a year ago was that we even had Siemens Energy in the lab with their utility devices. So they had protection units in the lab. So we really were seeing proper traffic going through the network and not only simulated traffic. So if I were just going to split the lab in two so it's easier to see. So this is now the wide area, and that's the substation. And as you can see, we have a well-known vendor, Spirent, to generate some traffic. So we are sending traffic through the network, normal IMEX or whatever traffic, just to pump and load the links. Because PTP that are then running in this part of the network in telecom profile, 8275.1, needs to survive, and it's on a link-by-link basis. It's actually on, it should be able to survive even if the links are running at 100%. And the telecom profile, first of all, two things that is super important here. At the very top, we had something called GM, Grandmasters. And that is a ultra-reliable timing source of different vendors. It's not from us. In Mindberg, it is one that could be used. On a NetNode, you're probably using something else. But those are then inserting both sync key and PTP into the network. And the Grandmaster, that's the source for an accurate time. And think about it. Those devices up there is quite expensive. Not only to purchase as a CapEx, but also to operate over time. A small utility company within Norway, they need a Grandmaster. I'm not concerned about Statnett and Telenor and Telia and the big ones, because they have both the people and also the financial strength to actually acquire a Grandmaster. But what about all the others? We should have. Okay, I thought you should say it. We in Norway, we should have a national clock, because those Grandmasters should be shared between very many users. And I'm not concerned about the big ones, I'm concerned about the small ones. Because even a small utility at the western coast of Norway relies on this. If their time is drifting off, their protection units will trip. No power being distributed. So that's one reason why we should have a national clock. And come on, the Swedes has made it. And he is smiling. He's smiling. So we should have this. because that grandmaster is then inserting both P2P and sync key into the network, and we are transmitting it through the wide area network. 8275.1 is a link-by-link protocol. It's master-slave, master-slave, master-slave through the entire network before you then hit the substation in the bottom. And another acronym, BMCA, Best Master Clock Algorithm. It's an algorithm that each and every one of the routers on the way is using to calculate what's the path from my clock to the grandmaster. And BMCA is a fantastic algorithm. The only thing is that when you get down to a router where that has more than one interface going towards the grandmaster, BMCA is a very dangerous protocol or algorithm, because it will see the two grandmasters being equal. And the algorithm is going through very many steps. I have a cheat sheet in my pocket if we would like to see it. But at the bottom, there are something called steps removed. So if everything is equal, that it will be in this kind of a network, steps removed is kind of how many hops do you have towards your grandmaster. And if you have something happening and you have to converge, you really do not want that to be unpredictable. So all our testing that we have done is that one of the first best practice is to have full control of all the paths for P2P. And P2P should be going towards or using the same path as sync key. And the two protocols, they are different. So they don't automatically follow the same path. And I will show you some more details on that one later. And then if you look at the substation over here, as I said, in the network, you are using telecom profile, because that's the only way of transporting it over a longer distance. And in the substation, you are using power profile. At the top of a substation, we have a device that can do interworking. So it will use P2P telecom profile coming in. Through sort of an interworking function, it will provide power profile going into the substation. And by doing so, we can then utilize a common grandmaster infrastructure, providing a proper power profile into the substation. This is based on all the testing that we have done together with all the utilities within Norway. This is what they are all looking at now. And at that interworking location, you might actually have a GNSS receiver as well as a backup if everything fails, or some actually using the GNSS as a primary. And then if it fails, it will fail over to P2P. So that's a different sort of scenarios there. But the thing is that this profile needs to interwork and consume this one. And in the network here, we have point-to-point links with an IP address in both of ends. One of the best ways of doing this is actually to run P2P directly over DWDM, on DWDM. But that's even more complicated when it comes to hardware support, multi-vendor, because one of the reasons why I would like to run it on DWDM directly is that if you are passing transponders that you might possibly traverse here, a transponder might introduce as much latency or deviations that it might actually get the clock to start drifting off. So even a transponder or multiple transponders might jeopardize what we are trying to do here. But from the testing we've done, transponders should be okay. But the far best one is actually to run it directly on the DWDM. To be able to measure this, if you're going to test this, there is a device here and a device at the top called, we are using Calnex. Calnex is sort of measuring the time that is inserted at the grandmaster, or being a client at grandmaster, and measuring all the way down to the substation here. And by doing so, we can then see how much and how good clock quality we have. One of the tests that we did was actually to switch off PTP incoming. So we have lost PTP. How long can that substation survive? Our test shows that if we didn't lose sync key, but we only lost PTP, it's a very strange scenario because PTP and sync key is coming from the same grandmaster. But let's say that we actually did that. Our test shows that the internal interworking function would actually survive by only having sync key. But if you lose power, so they boot and come up again, then they will come up with PTP timestamp 1. What's timestamp 1? What's timestamp 1 in Unix? 1970, 1st of January, 000. Same thing with PTP. Good one, thank you. And then, of course, everything in the what's going on. We don't understand. So then it needs to sort of sync up and get the proper time. And then you see that the time is syncing up, and then all the devices are going into phase lock, as we say it. Anyone that would like working with abbreviations, I recommend that you start to work on PTP. There is a lot of abbreviations within PTP. I've already used best clock algorithm, but also best time transmitter clock algorithm. So BTCA and BMCA is one of the most used ones. But if you would like, you can also learn all the others. So what I said, PTP and sync key should be aligned. If not, we can have loops. Looking into the room, I do believe there are even my age here. We don't like loops, do we? We don't like loops. So the result, if the two algorithms doesn't end up with the same path, you can have the sync key going one way and PTP going the other way. And this is a situation that you really do not want. So then you will have PTP bouncing, and loops and bouncing, that's something that we don't like. Because you might actually have then PTP going one way, sync key going the other, and this you don't want. So what we have been using then is actually then to manipulate and manually configure what's called local priority and input priority. Input priority for sync key and local priority for PTP. And then, on a hop-by-hop basis, you can then fully control that PTP and sync key is going the same path. This was in TOL. We introduced local priority to mirror sync key input priority. This is our way of configuring it. Other vendors, they can probably do it with a different command. The result of this one is that you then automatically have PTP and sync key going the same path. And I can assure you, please, if you're working on PTP, this is one of the most important experiences. Because going back to my topology, and I'm soon done. Looking at this one, if you get a failure in your network, so the entire network needs to converge, if you don't have control on this, I can almost guarantee that PTP will go into holdover state. The protection unit will then say, whoops, unusual clock, I will trip to protect my entire power grid. Or the mobile network will say, whoops, unusable clock, I will then stop providing services for my mobile network. It is fully possible. One good thing with PTP is that it is been doing quite a lot of testing when it comes to interoperability between vendors. So 82.75.1 is actually quite well defined. But you still, it is not like just turning on ISIS. We need to be a little bit more careful about how you actually then implement this one. So at the end of the day, based on what we have been testing with, especially with my utility customers, they are now all looking at this. They are all implementing this according to the testing that we've done. And thanks to Siemens Energy, that was actually a part of the testing. And now we are getting closer to a situation where we are not reliant on GNSS anymore. GNSS, 100% reliant on GNSS, is not a very good state to be in, to be quite honest. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. Any quick questions to Frank? If not, we can you can reach out in the breaks.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Please do.
So, before we proceed, you can take your mic. Before we proceed, I would like to bring your attention. We got some backpacks displayed here. I forgot to mention in the start that as a presenter, you will receive one of these backpacks if you want, as a token of appreciation for taking the challenge of standing up in front of us and sharing your knowledge. These are DB or douchebag, with no allusions intended, which are popular and high-quality bags. So if you are a presenter who would like to get one of these bags, just reach out to Lars or someone in the board. So further here, and allow me to just change the slides. We will be having Jens Olav Frorud, who is going to talk about the Arctic Way and communications in the Arctic. Jens is the CTO of Space Norway, with the responsibility for the Svalbard submarine cable system and the Arctic Way project connecting mainland Norway with Svalbard and Jan Mayen. He has more than 40 years of experience in the telecoms industry, specialized in fiber optic technology. His experience has been from research on submarine DWDM EDFA systems in Alcatel, business development in AXX ESIT, Ericsson, and Transpacket to today's operations in the Arctic with Space Norway. So welcome, and yeah.
Thank you. So you understand I'm old. Is this working? Yeah? Okay. It looks a little bit strange, but it's okay? Or it's upside down. I had a feeling it was upside down. You can see I'm not used to this. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you. We asked ChatGPT about an illustration on if we were going to land a cable on Svalbard, and this is what they came up with. So the cable is interesting. The only thing that was nice, it was this suit. So we bought some of those for doing the operation in up north. Space Norway. We'll talk a little bit about Space Norway because it's not known to everyone, I think. A little bit about subsea cable systems and how we protect the subsea cables, which is an increasingly, I would say, focused topic these days. We also had to do a repair on the cable that we had today. I'll talk something about that because that's of interest, I think. Arctic Way, which is a new project. We're going to talk about the status there. So, Space Norway, we're a leading satellite operator. We have a broad product and service portfolio, and we have both commercial and governmental clients. There was a change in like 1.5 years ago, because then Space Norway took over Telenor satellite services. Then we went from like 50 people to 180 people. And I've been in Space Norway for like 10 years, and then I was employee number 5. So we had quite some development, I would say. So I think one of the reasons why it makes sense to have Space Norway take over Telenor satellite services is that we are 100% owned by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Fisheries. So we're a society over there. So we have to generate our own income, but I think it's important these days that this is now under complete Norwegian governmental control. We're also subject to the Norwegian Security Act. We have a wide range of operational services. We have quite a few satellites coming from this Telenor satellite, Thor 5, 6, 7, which is, we are geostationary satellites, broadband services for maritime customers, broadcast services, which is still quite popular on our satellite, particularly in the Nordics and Eastern Europe. We also reach the Troll station in Antarctica, and there is also some emergency communications to Svalbard. We have the Arctic Satellite Broadband Mission, which is it's a constellation of 2 satellites that have been developed, and they were launched on a SpaceX rocket last summer. But it's quite an unique achievement, because it's a combination that we have governmental and commercial broadband services. So one of the payloads is owned by the US Space Command. The other one is the Norwegian military. And then there is one civilian, you could say, part, which is Viasat. So by combining these things, we were able to launch these satellites. And they are using high elliptical orbits, meaning that, yeah, elliptical, you know what that is, but it's really it's very high above the Earth on the northern end, like 30,000 kilometers. And on the southern side, it's really close, so that by having 2 satellites, it's possible to have a full coverage, 24/7 coverage of these 2 satellites. We're also dealing with the AIS satellites, which is operated by Statsat. We are operating those. Those have 2 identifications for ships. We have the Svalbard cables put down in 2003. I'll talk more about that. And we also own 50% of Kongsberg Satellite Services, which is a world-leading provider of ground services and Earth observation services, and it's primarily polar orbiting satellites. That is the key there. We have quite a few development projects, application development, infrastructure in space. It's like Internet of Things program for satellites. And also the study of secure distribution of position and time, this has been a topic here, is a part of this program. We are going to build a new geostationary satellite called Thor 8, because the existing ones are growing old. So we need to replace that with a new one with more capacity and further reach, so that we can keep on the service. We have a radio now, a radar satellite being developed, a constellation with that, so they can use for Earth observation, and could detect chips, for instance, that they have switched off their AIS, or they have lost power and they are in trouble, or things like that. So it's very interesting program for some. Arctic Way, I'll talk about that, but there's a new submarine cable coming, going to Svalbard and Jan Mayen, and also a new generation of this highly elliptical orbit system, because the one that we launched last year, it's already full, so there is an interest of capacity. As Marius said, I'm originally an engineer in the optical space. Very old, as he said, but this is actually the world of submarine communication cables. I mean, probably most of you are aware of that, but 99% of all international data goes over subsea fiber optic cables. And you see the continents are connected, and you also see that there are some fairly complex areas that are really critical. For instance, through the Red Sea, between Europe and Asia. As you know, I mean, situation there in that area is not nice. I mean, cables are cut, and the ships are not allowed to enter there because they will be fired at. So there are programs to try and find alternatives routes. Microsoft have launched a system that goes south of Africa, from US to Asia. And there are, from the Nordics or Europe side, there are programs to try and go from Europe to Asia, either over the northwest passage or even over the North Pole. There is an initiative called Polar Connect that's working on that, but it's long, it's difficult, and it costs a lot. But there are alternatives there being worked at to overcome this challenge of the communication between Europe and Asia. The Svalbard cable system was built in 2003. There are two cables, about 1,400 plus kilometers. It's a repeated system because of such distances, the light is attenuated, and it has to be upgraded. So it's optical repeaters that the optical signal is amplified by erbium doped fiber amplifier systems pumped by lasers on the bottom of the sea. It's been operative since 2004. It was originally a 10 gig direct detection system, but it was upgraded in 2014 to 100G. So there, it's a very, very powerful system, and it's also very reliable. I mean, we had the only time we had a real down on this system was in 2014, and that had to do with the upgrade. We did the upgrade, and we also moved from one site to dual site to obtain redundancy, but then the fault happened. The clients are Kongsberg Satellite Services. They have, again, customers like NASA, NOAA, ESA, even the Galileo system, that the European timing system, has a station or a node at Svalbard, so it's a critical thing. SICT, the University Research and the Ålesund Connection, and the Telenor Svalbard. And today we are actually using 30 gigabits per second of this system. It's not a lot, but that's how it is. And I did some calculation here, and that and we have 8 fiber pairs on 2 cables, and total capacity could be like 50 terabits per second. So we have to build a new cable, but it's not, as you see, it's not because we are out of capacity. It's to do with age, and that we need to know that we have a reliable connection to Svalbard, because it's very critical for Norway and for these installations. So how do we protect the subsea cables? Well, as you see on the right here, we have had some situation in the Baltic Sea. We also had a damage to our own cable. So there is a lot of attention around this. So careful planning, of course, is important. We do desktop study, we do cable route survey. I'll talk about that actually for the system that we are building today. The right selection of cable and protection methods, cable armoring, and we are burying the cable in the risky areas with the ongoing fisheries, anchoring, and so on. So the current, I would say, status is that we're burying the cable down to 1,500 meter water depth. Below there's no fishing, at least, but there could be, then it's open. There we could monitor service threats, etc. We have membership in organizations offering subsea cable repair services, like Atlantic Cable Maintenance Agreement, for instance, that we have access to ships that can come out and repair in case of damage. And there are membership organizations that we are part of to share challenges and find solutions. So we recently established the Norwegian Subsea Cable Association, that we're a part of the board in that organization, and that's supported by NCOM, for instance. As said, we had a cable fault in January 2022, on January 7, actually. It was a break then on one of the cables, but after 14 days, the redundancy was restored. I mean, we have two cables, so this connection to Svalbard was never down, but the redundancy was out for like 14 days. There was an investigation by the police, but no conclusion was, they couldn't conclude anything. And the cable was fully repaired summer 2023, actually. So this is misprint here, it was in 2023. But as you see on the picture here, this is repaired, or the cable that we took out, that there has been some external stress on it. I mean, the coating is gone, and it's been a stretch, and then what we experienced was a shunt fault, so that it was connection with the electrical conductor to the subsea, to the sea, and then it's quite effective grounding, to put it that way. So, but then the fiber was intact, so we could, by powering from each side, we could keep the cable alive. But we did the repair in 2023 by a cable repair vessel, 100 meters, 50 persons on board. Cable Vigilance was the name, mobilized from Calais. So we did to repair the cable, we first had to pick it up by this quite heavy dredge. So it was put down to the bottom of the sea, 2,500 meters, and then picked up like fish. And then here is, you see that there is on deck there. So that it took like 16 hours. So it's important that you know that you actually have, I mean, you have actually the cable. If not, you have to start over again. So when we had it up to the ship, we removed the damaged cable, and then they have all the competence with splicing, etc. on board. So that was done on ship, and then they had to mold this splice with this mechanical housing arrangement, and at last was put in this red splice covering. And then the funny thing for a nerd like me, I could put my signature on the splice there, and it was put down on the bottom of the sea. So I have my signature there. I think that's cool. Okay, I said that the existing cable is growing old. It reaches technical design life in 2028, so we have been working a while for preparing for a new cable. I mean, as you heard, it's not because of we haven't enough capacity, because there is a lot of capacity, but the aging and the technical design life is like 25 years. So the plan was also always to put a new cable up to Svalbard before 2028 to make sure that there was a connection to this strategically important place for Norway. It also looks now like the existing cable is probably going to last for longer than 2028, because all the end equipment, also the powering equipment, has been changed. So the weak thing, of course, is the electronics on the bottom of the sea, but there's no degradation seen there yet. So it's fairly stable and operating well. It's defined as a critical infrastructure, as said, so it's important to have a new system in place. So there was a strategic initiative to build this system to Longyearbyen, but also it came up that there was a need for a connection to Jan Mayen. And then it made sense to build this as one project due to both time and cost savings. I mean, you could do it with one mobilization. You could do it within a quite condensed time, and so on. So the Arctic Way was approved by the Norwegian Parliament on March 25 this year. We had the contract in force with Subcom to produce and lay the cables from Bodø to Svalbard and Jan Mayen. That was on March 31, so you could understand this was a kind of a tight race, because we needed to have that contract in force by that time in order to be able to do the marine survey this summer. Because in this area you have a limited time for operating at sea. You have a defined weather window, which is May, September. I mean, outside that you cannot do this work without risk of waiting along on weather and challenges with that. To Jan Mayen, of course, Norwegian Armed Forces is the primary customer from Bodø to Jan Mayen, and we're also laying a cable from Bodø to Fauske in that fjord as a part of the project. And there's a lot of applications needed to the authorities to plan the cable route, for the mapping, and for being allowed to land and all these things. So the Arctic Way, it's really the world's northernmost repeated subsea cable system, and what we have ordered so far is a so-called open cable system, which then terminates optically, but there is no interface, I mean customer interface on that system. So that's an upcoming thing this autumn to have a request for quotation on submarine line terminal equipment to be able to provide services. We have terminal stations in Bodø, Jan Mayen, and Longyearbyen, about 2,500 kilometers of so-called SL17 cable. That means that the diameter of the cable is 17 millimeters. So it's not a very thick cable, it's a very thin one. So this, in most of the sea, it's that dimension. I mean, below 1,500 meter water depth, this is the dimension. But when we get into shallow water, when we are doing the burial and things like that, there is more armoring onto it. So you have that on top. There are 25 optical repeaters. So the optical signal is then repeated in 27 repeaters. And we also have system powering from all 3 landings. So there is redundancy there. If there is a cut of the cable, then you can have powering from the other sides. And also important, it will operate as a redundant system together with the existing cables. So that for as long as the existing cables live, it will be a redundant system. So as I said, the existing cables have not shown any sign of degradation yet. And statistics tell that these optical amplifiers on the bottom of the sea, they are very, very stable and can work for long if they are left alone. Because the environment up there is also stable and low temperature keeps things cool. So a few more details. Branching unit cable, undersea cable, as I said. Repeaters are the subcom repeaters. They have built-in redundancy, so they have more than one pump to secure the powering. And we also have 5 kilovolts power feed equipment, and there also is quite some monitoring equipment to continuously follow what is going on the cable. I mean, there is a special OTDR function so that you can actually see through the optical amplifiers, so that we can, if something happens, if there is a fall, if there is a cut, we can actually see that with a very high degree of accuracy. So this is a plan of work. We are in the middle now of the cable route survey. I'll come back to that where we are. It's been a good summer in that respect. We've been lucky with the weather and everything. And based on this survey, we will then establish the final cable route, which is by the end of the year. And based on that cable route, they will start producing the cable, because I mean they will know then how much of the armored cable, for instance, that is needed where you need to bury it, and so that's really quite detailed study. I mean, what type of cable you need for different depths, and there are mountains, there are valleys, and all these kinds of defines what kind of cable we need. We need also to build and install cable landing stations, beach manholes, and all these landing sites should be finished then by Q1 27. And then the marine installation starts, the main lay of the cable in 2027, and by end 27 we will do testing and acceptance of the system, and it shall be ready for service like summer 2028. So there are quite a few challenges by doing this up north. I mean, we have this short weather window, as I talked about. We have complicated landing conditions, frequent earthquakes, a lot of things. Now they say that I'm running out of time. So we have almost completed the survey, marine survey. We have been lucky with the weather. We are now in Bodø, so we have done all these lengths from Longyearbyen, Jan Mayen, Svalbard. So we are now in Bodø, and they are actually in port in Bodø today. So it's close to finishing. And one example of how complicated it can be. I mean, this is north of Svalbard. I mean, it's like Lofoten underwater. I mean, you see here you can be like 3,800 meters there in the middle of the suggested route, and there are mountains, and we need to find valleys. It's steep and it's very, very complicated. So you actually have to do this study like almost meter by meter. And you could say that it takes a while, because in total we will do like 6,000 kilometers of survey lines to make this cable. So that was an example, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions? I guess we will have to take questions over lunch as we are preparing to go into the next presentation. Is the PDF on here? Just a moment. It's the. How do I get to see the? What's the?
Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Awesome.
Yes. Thank you for your questions. So up next we have David here. David Flores. He's a network automation and observability engineer at CoreWeave and co-author of Modern Network Observability. He's passionate about open source automation and observability, and he has experience across service providers, financials, hyperscalers, and integrators. And as you can see, he's going to talk about modern network observability. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. Awesome. So yes, as I was saying, actually I want to thank for the opportunity to let me speak in this event. There's always a little bit of emotion and happiness when we take network observability more into as a first-class citizen. So I'm gonna try to take this opportunity and make the best out of it. Let me see this. Okay. Well, a little bit about myself. I'm a network automation observability engineer. I'm working in CoreWeave. My experience comes from different backgrounds on the network engineering side of things. Traditional network engineering, from starting as a network operations center over to projects management as a consultant as well. I used to work in network to code. If someone knows about the network code as well. So I used to do consulting there as well on our automation and observability practices. And yeah, we're going to be talking about modern network observability. So one of the few things actually, even working with network code, was we did a lot of site surveys, talking with different clients about the current state of the network. And actually, this gave us the inspiration of actually working and talking, creating the book. We did a small talk at Cisco Live in Amsterdam a few years ago around network observability and where we are right now, right? And one of the few things is that the current network observability, or I would say maybe and we're going to be talking about observability monitoring in a bit, but is the fact that the current tooling that we have today is great. It's actually great for keeping the lights on kind of a scenario, but it's definitely limited, right? There are certain scenarios in multiple network environments, from a data center, which you actually need up to the streaming telemetry aspect of things in order to get higher data resolution on network interfaces, all over to a more reactive, a more, I would say, speedy way of actioning alerts in a more intelligent manner. You might be buried with noise with a lot of alerts that your system is generating. So you want to put some intelligence on it, or some business context to actually understand what are the priority for all your alerts that are coming, right? And right now, in the current tooling that is supporting the network monitoring is lacking some of these capabilities and flexibilities, right? And in today's, I would say, right now, I would say, is even more important the role of networks, right? From the backbone of the internet all over to the data centers, cloud providers, hyperscalers. We're working in a distributed compute environment where now not only the applications are ephemeral, that you may have an application that is running in one site and now it's running in another site, and you basically work with just a few switches, routers, in order to have that data interconnected. You know the pattern of that traffic. When you're talking about compute like in technologies like Kubernetes on top of it, now even the infrastructure itself becomes ephemeral, okay? Your application is gonna be moving into multiple clusters in multiple regions. And now that pattern becomes more hectic, right? So not only that, we also we're in the aspect of also having the need of having observability even at the I would say application level, right? You have technologies like eBPF, great for actually hooking into your applications and your stack on your infrastructure to be able to actually get even telemetry out and have some visibility and observability. And well, I work with CoreWeave, and CoreWeave is a hyperscaler on AI, and it's even more important to have higher data resolution and analytics around this data, okay? Now, I'm gonna be talking about observability and monitoring in order to, I would say, demystify a little bit the two concepts, right? For me, observability is maybe monitoring 2.0, okay? It's nothing actually out of the normal, but a couple of questions actually help understand the difference between them. So when I talk about what happened, that's basically a monitoring, okay? Something happened, and the monitoring actually is telling me about the what happened. When I'm looking at observability, it's more around the why it happened. And those two questions actually gives you a lot of information of the difference between the two. When you look at the why happened, you are looking way more data than just metrics about your devices telling you that something is up or something is down. You're looking at insights from logging, from syntactic monitoring, or from even business context data that is actually being injected into your observability platform in order to get the context of what happened, right? And this is even more important in distributed architectures because you don't know where the issue might be coming from, okay? Especially if you're working in the connected world with multiple regions and multiple data centers integrated with each other. Now, the problem with the current tooling, okay? There's I will start always with the vendor lock-in And this is nothing against the vendors, by the way. This is basically the fact that when you're working with specific equipment, they tend to or create all the monitoring, all the capabilities toward that equipment, which is great. The problem comes with the networks are pretty much hybrid, okay? We have different vendors, you have different systems that need to be injected, and try to capture or get all of these different diversity in your equipment into one system can be pretty hard, right? The other aspect is static dashboards, which is maybe a little bit plain, but the static dashboards comes with the concept of having the capability of you want to get your data and you want to be able to see way more than what your observability tools is going to give you by default, okay? And this goes from a power user perspective. You want to be able to access the data, for example, normal dashboards or around a NOC, you get a device view and you might get, environmental information, CPU, memory, fan, interfaces, BGP status, and so on, right? What if you want to see it across a fabric? What if you want to see it across a region, across multiple peers with certain connections ID? Then you need to start crafting these dashboards, right? So the flexibility is heavily needed on the when we're talking about resolving and troubleshooting, right? And one that I think it's something that the industry can agree on is flexible data collection. We have multiple standards, multiple ways of collecting data. Okay, SNMP is still strong there in order for us to actually collect the data. It has actually has the most coverage around monitoring and telemetry. GNMI, OpenConfig and Yang is actually getting there. Definitely a lot of vendors are investing a lot in that aspect as well in order for us to get to some kind of a streaming telemetry. But still, not all the data is actually available on these interfaces. You still need to, in a lot of the cases, you still need to either access the device using REST APIs, for example, or even SSH and CLI parsing in order to collect the information that you need, okay? So we're still on that aspect, which is kind of difficult with the current tooling, right? Because most of the time with the current tooling that I'm talking about is around SNMP. Now, this is a big one, and it's the missing of the context data. In observability, there's this concept around contextual data, which is basically a way for you to enrich metrics, events with information that is business specific, okay? For example, in this case, a device object may have information about IP address, serial number, and platform. You can get that from telemetry, okay? It's gonna tell you even the model of the device. It's gonna get you maybe some IP addressing if you do the query that way, but it's not gonna have information about the role, who's the owner of the device, or what are the tenants of the device. And it's gonna give you information like circuit IDs. That information usually is stored in a source of truth system, okay? And I'm saying system, but it can be even a CSV file or Excel, okay? A lot of the conversations you may have heard is around source of truth. Over here, I put like the top ones that I know of, InfraHub, now about the Netbox, but it's actually any system or any data file where you actually have that context and business metadata. And why this data is so important is because this is what is gonna help you actually prioritize and get out of the noise that you currently are when alerts are being fired up from multiple angles. Okay, so what is a good way to approach this aspect? Traditional tools are often monolithic applications. They may have a lot of these components already that I'm actually putting out here, already developed in some form of microservice, for example. But one of few things, and working in order to code actually, we found out that a lot of the monitoring experts that we had different experiences with different telemetry systems or observability solutions, I would say, okay? Some were really good and had really good experience with Influx. Others had, for example, my background has been on Elastic. Others have been really great around Prometheus and Influx, Grafana Labs. So Splunk. So there's definitely a wide variety of solutions around observability. And we pretty much came up with an architecture, a modular architecture, trying to depict what are like the key components of these solutions, right? So the first one that I'm going to be talking is collection. So data collection is what we already talked about, like the need of getting information from the devices. This is SMP, GMI, streaming telemetry, telemetry dial-out, logs, events, flows, synthetic monitoring as well. Processing and distribution is a layer that is kind of like at the middleware inside of an observability architecture, that the processing has a really important process, especially for large scale scenarios. And this could be enterprise, data center, service provider, that because of the different diversity that you may have in your environment, there is a need of normalizing the data, okay? And by we're talking about normalizing the data is the fact that you want to understand when an interface is up on a Cisco device, the same as an Arista device, the same as a PDU, okay? So these diversities that you have in your environment, you need to find a way to actually normalize it. And the distribution comes with the fact on where are you gonna send this data, okay? Normally this could be message buses, you may need it, you may not, but it's the concept of tying the data over to different backends, okay? Where you're gonna be storing the data. So there are certain kinds of data like metrics that need to be stored in a time series databases, okay? In the storage level, okay? They're really good for storing numerical data. And they can provide some kind of algorithms for compressing it and make it really efficient for querying it. The logs are a different kind of data, and they're usually stored in log storage solutions. You might have heard of around Elasticsearch or Splunk. They're really great for storing that kind of information. There are new players in this field that are, I don't know if you have heard, but columnar databases, ClickHouse is a really popular one, but also there are solutions around Elastic and Grafana Labs that provide this in all this abstraction, okay? They're just giving you an interface for you to set the data in, and they actually are gonna deal with it on their own backend. Now, the last layer is visualization alerts, and they actually are a little bit different because in the visualization side of things, you have components that are really specialized on creating these dashboards, right? You need a way for you to collect the data from the network devices and visualize it in a way that is gonna either help you troubleshoot or is gonna help you around to create a report for someone. In the alert side of things, it tends to be decoupled on the observability because it also acts with another purpose. The kind of query that you do on a dashboard is not the same that you do on a query. So you have rules. There are different ways for you to create rules or create for query the data that is gonna be able to send alerts for you. Now, what is the important aspect of things of these verticals around orchestration and social truth? They're there to help you give that business context and the setup necessary for building observability stack, okay? They're basically like the missing pieces in order to tie all of these things together. Okay, well, we don't have enough time for a full demo, but if you want, reach me out. I actually kind of spin up the demo pretty soon, and we can actually see this live. But from this slide onwards, we're going to be talking about the specific POC or lab that we have on the book that you can place on GitHub, you can deploy it, and it has some open source tools that actually give away some of the concepts that we were talking about. But when the whole idea is to actually get a view of what are the benefits of using this kind of stack. The first one is correlation, okay? This is something that traditional systems is pretty hard to get to. Like you either have the story with metrics or you have the story with logs, and you go into the metrics data source in the metric system, or you go to the log system. But with these systems, having different data sources, having the visualization layer decoupled, querying the storage itself, you actually have stuff like this, right? Like you can see here that we have metrics around the traffic over time of a specific interface. And these lines over here are called annotations, and they're actually just log events that actually are telling me either the blue ones are, for example, when someone actually connected to the device, when they enter configuration mode, and the red ones is when an interface actually started flapping. I just do an interface shut down, interface up, okay? So this is the kind of information of correlation between metrics and logs, and we can start seeing how these things are playing better together, okay? This is the demo video, but I can show later if you want. The other aspect, and for me, this is the biggest one, is access to the data, okay? Traditional tools, they give you access to the events or alerts they generate, okay? But the data itself is really hard for you to get. Sometimes you might be able to create a script in order to get the data of the monitoring system, but you don't have access to the data that actually are collecting. And this is really important. Why? Because you might need to do other aggregations or other calculations that the monitoring system is giving you. And you need to use that in order to create maybe higher level of alerts. And what I want to talk about higher level of alerts is they start talking about SLIs, SLOs, actually something that is more business centric, that is going to give you way more value than a bunch of interfaces firing up at the same time. Some of these interfaces might be up, might be down, you don't care. So those are the kind of things that the flexibility of having access to the data, you can start creating filters that actually matter on, and with the right context enrichment data, you can actually make them more valuable for you, okay? Now, on the automation side of things, because, well, I like automation a lot, but it's the aspect of that you can start scripting now on operational data, okay? It's no longer connected to multiple devices and give me the interfaces, give me the BGP status of what is actually happening right now. Now you have the access to what is actually happening right now from a database that have a really powerful, robust upstream API or query language, whatever you want to call it. And also you can get access to the historical data as well. You can see what are the trends. You can start creating more focused capacity management, predictions. So a lot of the tooling you start getting, and you can actually own it yourself if you want to, if you're a power user, but you can also leverage what is already deployed and developed by the community, because again, we're not the only ones actually using these systems today. This actually is really well-known systems that have been around for a while, and cloud natives and DevOps, SRE in general, have a lot of experience and have a lot of work with these kind of tools. And lastly, on the automation side of things, is event-driven automation, okay? This is actually the place where I hope our industry is actually gonna get towards, right? It's actually maybe a North Star for a lot of people, but I'm here to actually tell you that it's not something that is out of grasp, right? And the main reason here is that there are different workflow orchestration systems, and the one that I have here is using Prefect. But there's tools like Windmill or Rundeck, Ansible, ADA, that actually have a lot of automation, workflow automation that you can actually define for yourself. That's going to help you either enhance a report for something that is faulty, or actually take a look at existing alerts and do some higher level of correlation, identify what actually matters and what actually is giving you the most noise. And also, start going into a self-healing aspect of things, okay? Interface flapping, for example, is an easy one to capture. So event-driven automation, I would say, is kind of like the next step around this. Okay? So, well, this is part of the third demo. But, well, we have to talk about AI. I mean, today is we need to. So one of the few things for sure around AI is the aspect of the enrichment and the context that it can give you, that can help you troubleshoot, right? It can save you a lot of time and also a lot of resources for actioning on that specific issue. And this is actually just an example of a workflow in the book, and actually the lab also explains this a lot. When an event is generated, okay, you basically call an endpoint. This endpoint basically just calls this database that has an upstream API, and you actually are calling, well, for this device, I need you to give me the 5-minute, 15-minute, 20-minute logs. You have the data, okay? Then you query maybe your source of truth system in order to get information about that device. Tell me which site it is, what are the person of contact, what is the API address, the role. send that information, graph it up, put it into an LLM, okay, with a really nice prompt, and they can give you some really good information or initial analysis. And it can even give you, if you actually have information about the vendor, can even help you with some example commands or troubleshooting commands that you can actually act upon. So it's really powerful, that part, okay? And we're working more towards the use of AI in order to enhance or make ease of our operations, okay? So one of the key things actually to highlight is why some of these components and that you saw in the slides before and basically the dashboards. The goal of especially the book is actually around open source and community, okay? So there's a lot of value of showcasing how these different tools built from different vendors actually operate so good between each other, okay? To give an example, we have a Stacks that Telegraph can connect over to a Prometheus instance, it can connect to Grafana Loki, it can connect to Elasticsearch. The same, well, Logs and Telegraph is from the Influx community. Logstash comes from the Elastic community, can connect over to Grafana Loki, for example, okay? Right now, there's a pretty good one that I actually want to highlight because I've been using lately a lot. It's called Vector from Datadog. They have a really powerful collection service there. It's built on top of Rust too. At the distribution layer, I'm saying Kafka, but it could be Kafka, NATS, any kind of message bus. And again, you don't need it. It's more around the scaling, the aspect of having a message bus. On the storage side of things, there are multiple. There's a lot of them. Prometheus is one of like the de facto of the CNF, of the Cloud Native Foundation. So definitely that's the biggest one that has a lot of open source contributions there. But it has evolved. There are different companies actually using like Grafana has Mimir. There's an open source Prometheus high availability system called Thanos as well. There's ClickHouse, there's Elasticsearch. So there are a lot of InfluxDB. There's a lot of different time series databases and not some time series, but they provide the same kind of support. The same for the log side of things. For logs, the market is less, but definitely we have really good examples there like Splunk, Elastic, Search, Grafana Loki. And from a visualization, there are others. So, for example, Elasticsearch has Kibana that is actually for the Elastic component, but Grafana can actually connect with everyone. And I think a lot of us have seen some kind of form of a Grafana dashboard deployed somewhere because it has multiple connectors and ways to query the databases. And on the alerting side of things, at least on the book, is using the Prometheus alternative, which is Alert Manager, and Keep, which is, it was a small startup that started working with an IT ops management system, but they've been acquired by Elastic, so I don't know what's going to be the future for them. But there's definitely multiple solutions out there like PagerDuty. Well, I was going to say VectorOps, but I think VectorOps is now acquired by Splunk. But yeah, there are others for sure. Okay. And I don't want to spend too much more time here on this slide. But the key takeaway was a best way to actually showcase different components from multiple vendors and how they can interact with each other. And between Prometheus and Grafana Loki is the querying language. The Prometheus language is really well known by the community in general, especially on the SRE side of things. And Grafana Loki uses LogQL, which is based on that same kind of query language. Okay. Now, the aspect of building a observability architecture can be, pretty daunting, right? First, a scale, right? Having, for example, you can spin up the demo environment, and it's gonna be great for a POC. I know persons that are using it for an MVP, right? A minimum viable product, but it's great for showcasing and actually seeing in action what's gonna be the value that you're gonna be able to get, okay? But when you talk about scale, it's a whole different game. The management overhead. So now do I need to start managing now all of this? Okay, all of these components, all these technologies on the skill set. Now, do I need to learn how all of these things now operate? So This is why the modular framework is the key aspect here, right? Especially on the networking aspect, I can guarantee you that your company, from a systems perspective, SRE, cloud, already have some of this observability already deployed, be it Influx or Prometheus or something around those lines. You can leverage that. You can actually be a customer of that team, okay? Or if you have enough budget, you can actually go with a cloud solution or a specialization to actually build it for you. That would be great, okay? But the main thing here that I want to highlight is that basically is here on the network engineering community industry, we know the data of the device. We know what happens with BGP, with VXLAN. We know about P2P. We are the ones that actually know how this data is going to be collected, how this data should be exported, because we know we should be able to understand also what is going to be putting stress on the device as well, in order for you to actually look at it. So the aspect that I invite the community is more on getting to know more the data collection layer and hopefully even processing layer, because that's actually where our expertise is needed, okay? And I know that we're a little bit about out of time. This is the repository for sure. So well, the slides are going to be available, so you can actually look at it. The book itself is a practical book. Is all the labs and all the chapters around data collection, all over to visualization and alerting, are based on the labs that are exposed in this GitHub repository. And again, if you want to see it in action later on today, just reach me out maybe. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Do you have any questions? We're now heading into lunch, but are there any quick ones? Well, no, I guess everybody is hungry. So lunch is now being served at the back of the room. We know that the room, we're a bit at the capacity of the venue, and it's a bit tight, so please make sure of all the space we find available. There is a vegetarian option, which I would recommend to be saved for the vegetarians so they can take their share first, and then I guess we can finish it. And when you are done, we would appreciate if you don't leave the plates here and there, and you actually throw them. So yeah, because it's such a tight space, we want to keep it tidy. Thank you very much, and see you at 1 o'clock.
Ah, ok. Mm.
I hope you had a good lunch and that you're ready to continue with 3 more sessions before the next break. Next, we have Matthias Carlson from NetNode. We were supposed to have Karin, the CEO of NetNode, but she's sick. So Matthias was kindly stepping up and taking the presentation. Matthias, Matte Carlson, he is the CTO of NetNode and is going to present. He joined NetNode in 2016 as a senior network architect, and he is now the CTO of NetNode, as I mentioned. Before Matthias started at NetNode, he worked over 15 years at Telenor Bredbandsbolaget as a senior network architect. Matthias has participated in many large design and development projects in Sweden and on international basis. And he has also participated in many Telenor Group projects covering group strategy and architecture. And he is going to talk today about building operational resilience in the Nordics. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I guess most of you already know NetNode, but we've been around since 1996, where we were founded by the TU Foundation, which is a foundation that is neutral and independent, and its sole purpose is to provide resiliency and availability and redundancy for internet in the Nordics. Next year we are celebrating 30 years. We are today just over 50 employees, and we provide our services and support for 24/7. We are experts who provide rock-solid service for the good of the internet. And some examples of what we do is we operate the largest internet exchange in the Nordics. We manage iRoute, one of the 13 root DNS name servers. We provide DNS services to enterprises and some of the largest TLDs around the whole world from over 90 different sites around on the internet. And we also run a world-class timing service for Sweden. A little bit, I will talk about resilience and some parts of what, first of all, what do we mean by resilience? And then an example from the real world in Sweden, where what happens if you don't have resilience. A little bit also about how we think and design our services, and continuing with the funding of resilience based on the Swedish model, and some of the resilience initiatives that we are participating in also in Sweden. And last but not least, a summary where what can you as operator do? So when we talk about resilience, it's important to think about designing a service or a system with multiple layers of resistance and redundancy, so that the service can handle this in case of failures without manual intervention. Also, when you design a service or a system, make sure that it's full awareness of its dependencies, so that you can proactively see the issues and not reactively. and make sure that you design all these services with security and robustness as a priority. This also makes you able to be proactive, both in the security aspect and the redundancy and robustness aspect. If you do this, you can make sure you are quite sure that you can provide rock solid services 24/7 and as resilient at every second, not only when it's under pressure. A little bit of an incident that started in 23rd of September 2013, which is one of the starts of many work that PTS, the Swedish regulator, did. During just after lunch, the 23rd, there was a short in a high voltage cable in a tunnel under Stockholm. The protective circuits disconnected the cable directly, but unfortunately started a fire in the cable. This cable was in a really bad place, so the fire department chose to not put the fire out because it was no radio coverage, hard to get in, an extreme amount of smoke developed in these tunnels. This caused the tunnel to burn, and all the cables in the tunnel burnt. And the damaged part of this tunnel was actually 150 meters. Not only the cables was affected, but also the tunnel itself. The extreme heat in this tunnel made the tunnel to cave in some parts. So before you can actually repair and restore the services that went through this tunnel, you had to make sure that the tunnel was safe to go into and work in. This caused one of the biggest outages and the longest outages in the history in Stockholm. More than 70 base stations was knocked out and unavailable for 3 days. Over 20,000 customers from broadband, TV, and telephony was out for several weeks. And the interesting part is that most of you think that, well, this was only customers located locally in Stockholm. Actually not, no. There was some operators that had their core connections through this tunnel. So there were actually customers outside of Stockholm affected by this tunnel fire. The Swedish regulator PTS made an analysis and came up with 3 distinct reports what to do to prevent these things to happen again. Build stronger redundancy so that your networks, both the access networks and the core networks, could handle such a failure. Make sure that you think and design the fiber network. This is not the router network, right? The fiber network, so that you actually can reroute and prioritize fibers through other ways if something happens. And last but not least, plan better and be more prepared for, it's not if these things happen, it's when. There is another history even further back that's in 2002 and 2003, there was another tunnel fire in Stockholm. So this wasn't the first one. But at that time, there was only high voltage power cables that was affected, but the whole north of Stockholm was out of power for almost a week. The famous saying by Mike Tyson, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. That's quite fitable to this incident, right? Make sure that you plan for resilience and also plan for the worst. Hope for the best, but always plan for the worst. A little bit continuing on how we think and how we design and how we do when we design and build IXs. Our IXs is always fully redundant design. Both redundant connections on a connection level between data centers and internally for the IX. But we also provide redundant peering LANs so that if a customer wants to have redundancy, you can get redundant connections to that peering LAN. NetNode was also one of the founders, together with M6, DKIX, and Links, of Route Service Support Foundation. This is a foundation where we and them try together make an alternative to BIRD. That's the de facto standard of route server implementation, by making OpenBGPD feature parity with BIRD, so that we also can have software diversity. Make sure that you do proactive monitoring. And we build a robust organization that are able to handle all kinds of issues and incidents that could happen. And we make regular both tests and discussions what could actually go wrong, so that we make sure that we are prepared. By this, we work with resilience for the good of the internet as a goal. I guess no one of you have not read about the many sea cables that has been cut lately, and the increase of incidents in sea cables. This is a quite talking example. Back in the days, there was 2 routes of fibers across the Öresund with the Öresund bridge, which was one of each side of the bridge. This was seen at that time better than having a cable down in the sea. Maybe not for if the bridge went down, but it will, if you take these both together, you can build resilience in a better way, so that you have both best of both ways. We are a little bit special in Sweden because we have the Swedish regular PTS, which is working a lot with resilience and working to make sure that the Swedish internet and the Swedish communication is resilient. Every operator in Sweden pays a little part of their turnover into a robustness fund. This robustness fund is then matched with the same amount of money from the Swedish government. And then this robustness fund is then used to make robustness initiatives in Sweden to make sure that internet is more resilient and robust. This is a press release from the Swedish Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Defense, and cited by Carl-Oskar Bolin, the Minister of Civil Defense. Public and private partnership is crucial for building a strong and resilient total defense, as large part of Sweden's critical infrastructure is owned and operated by private entities. And then the government designed PTS to important step in strengthening resilience to digital infrastructure. Here it's really important to see that you need to make sure that you help and talk between public and private sector, because the private sector cannot focus on building resilience on their own, because this is a market-driven approach. Then the public-private partnerships is really important, and make sure that you put the right focus at the right places. Going back to PTS and some of the initiatives that PTS has been working with for making Sweden more resilient. On top of being the regulator and saying that you mobile operators need to have battery backed up mobile stations for amount of time, which is a requirement put onto the operators. They actually also finance mobile backup power for mobile sites in case of an extreme emergency. Like, for example, like the issue we had with water, extreme rain and water erosion in middle of Sweden last week. Then these mobile power sites can be, the mobile power could be put out to make sure that the sites is operating anyway. They also fund building a transportable mobile base station that everybody as a mobile operator can use. All the mobile operators can actually use this mobile base station. So if they're an extreme like hurricane or something where there is an extended area of mobile base stations can't be used, then they can make these transportable mobile stations. And also in the fiber part of they improve both process and material availability for repairing and also equipment for repairing fiber cables. They also put together mobile repair, sort of a van where you can make more repairs if there was a incident or a big happening. They also work a little bit like Kjetil earlier talked about a project called Regional Robustness, where the focus is to improve robustness for communications in Sweden. I'll come back to that a little bit later. In Sweden, we have 3 examples. Right now, NetNode is part of 3 examples for resilience initiatives. One is a project together with Karlstad Municipality and the Karlstad University, which is called Robust Region. We also have made some work together with TU Foundation, the NetNode owners, a couple of years back, putting out a report called Fem små hus. And last but not least, the Regional Robustness, which is the PTS initiative. The Robust Region project in Karlstad is a sort of a proof of concept project where together with Karlstad University, we will try to create a local crisis internet and also make analysis from what is actually needed to be able to provide some sort of service. It might be a communication from the municipality to inform the people in the municipality on where to get water or something. But the focus on this will be which steps and which features and which things needs to be working from your telephone or your internet connection to the server to be able to serve this. Because there is a lot of more things that you think of that is needed to be able to serve something. Kjetil had a very good list, but I think there is probably tens of more points in the middle there that is needed. So this is trying to identify this. It might be not only DNS, but also the framework for the web page that is you're trying to access. Is that locally or is that on some cloud in US, for example? Then we have the work together with TU Foundation on their initiative. TU Foundation, NetNode, and some representatives from the internet industry in Sweden sat down and had a discussion. What if we would build something that is extremely robust and can handle anything that could happen? remove the costs, focus on building resiliency. That target design ended up in a report called Fem små hus, where it included one part for decentralized design. If you would build 5 regional exchange houses, which was interconnected with redundancy and resilience for connectivity, these regional exchange houses would then be in turn connected with each other on a like honeycomb way. On top of that, you design a solution based on IPv6 to be able to route the customers over other operators' networks if one operator was unavailable. And last but not least, you could put in servers or solutions in these regional exchange houses to be able to provide emergency services or decentralized services, to be able to have an end-to-end solution for it. This is a target design. It's not going to be ever implemented, but the idea is still, how do you make and build this robust? The basic ideas of Fem små hus was taken from the report and incorporated together with PTS project Regional Robustness. Here, PTS sat down together with network operators, NetNod in Sweden, and started a project where they planned to establish 18 different places where you can exchange traffic between operators. By using this, then if something happens in a place of heightened alert or worst case war, these connectivity places could be used for helping each other and making sure that internet and connectivity is still working in a place of crisis. This needs to be done before the actual crisis happens, because this cannot be done after the fact. And finishing off phase 1 with connectivity, there will also be work together with operators and see how can we use this ability to exchange traffic to help each other in a case of crisis. What can you do with these sort of tools of connectivity to make sure that internet connectivity is still working? Then I really hope everybody sees number 1 as a really thing that probably doesn't even need to be on this slide, but still it's important that you design for resilience and think in resilience and what if. Also look at what's happening elsewhere and talk about this, how this might affect your own region. Look what's happening in other countries. Look what's happening in Ukraine. See what you can learn from this and take home and use it in your own country. Also engage with government regulators to discuss what resilient different infrastructure. Public and private cooperation is essential and you need to understand the requirements on both sides to be able to do something. And last but not least, for critical infrastructure, make sure that US operators are involved in the long-term planning and solution and designing of resilient critical infrastructure. This is the end of my presentation about resilience. Is there any questions so far? No? Then I have one last thing. NetNode has, as Kjetil said, worked together with the NICS community and the NONOG community for over 10 years. And we are definitely planning to continue work with the NONOG and NICS community for many years more. So it's a logical next step for us to establish NetNode-IX Oslo as a complement to NIC's services and all the excellent things that NIC's already does. We're planning to launch this later this year. It will be fully redundant and designed in the same way as Stockholm or Helsinki or Copenhagen, with full redundancy, ability with redundant peering LANs. It will also offer all the services that we offer at every other place. And initially it will be available at Bulk OS IX and Stack OSL 01. That's it.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Matthias? No? Then I guess we'll proceed. Give me a second. Meanwhile, coming up, we have Sienna and Frick van Roon, who is a sales engineer for Sienna with a focus on optical transport networks and working primarily, but not exclusively, in the Nordics region. Prior to joining Sienna, he was a long-standing Sienna customer, working amongst others at the incumbency challengers Tele2 and Versatel. I'm sorry, but there is no USB on this device.
No problem.
It's USB Type-C only.
Which is
Yeah,
Page.
yeah. Just regular.
just the arrows.
Just the
Yeah, arrows left and right.
arrows, and you can use.
No, no, thank you. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So he is based in the Netherlands, and he holds a Master of Science in Applied Physics from the Technical University of Delft. And he will be talking today about coherent developments and applications in the Nordics region. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a mouthful. I'd like to start with a small anecdote. Like mentioned in the introduction, I was a customer for a long time, and then an opportunity turned up to actually join Sienna. And people were telling me, Freek, what are you doing? You're joining the dark side. And I was like, oh, what did I do? And no, I don't regret it at all. Here I am 9 years later. And I'll give you an update on what we do as a Sienna, so coherent developments in this particular region. Brief introduction of Sienna as a company. Some of you might know us, some of you might not. So we develop solutions for the fiber optic transport in the WAN area, wide area network. So lots of fiber optic terms in this talk, but I'll take you gently, if that's okay. We are globally, operating globally, let's say global customer base, 8,500 employees, of which just shy of half involved in R&D. So we take a certain level of pride in being a quite vertically integrated systems developer, let's say. We do, and in terms of systems, we do hardware, software, and services around that as well. We're, at least for the last fiscal 24, we were a $4 billion company. And we operate, in terms of the WAN, we operate in every sub-arena of the WAN. The submarine, so tens of thousands of kilometers in regional and long haul. Then the metro being, let's say, 100 or a few hundreds of kilometers at the edge of the network. So actually reaching, for instance, a cell site or a small business site. And there is optical all over there across that whole spectrum. Taking a step back, let's say, from and having a look at the current situation out there in the optical transmission, well, almost ecosystem, one could argue. So what's happening over there? Well, in a sense, one could say there's not a lot happening, but what is happening is huge. So if for up to a few years, networks were mainly centered about individuals interacting with a cloud at some point and with a network in between, since a couple of years, cloud to cloud has become actually a total pillar of its own in terms of network solutions. And it's driven by, you almost might have guessed it, AI. So AI has really emancipated, let's say, cloud-to-cloud connectivity as opposed to just user to cloud. So both are now two distinct columns. And what's happening in the cloud provider market is massive data center interconnect. And I'm not talking data center like a data center of an insurance company or something like this, but I'm talking huge data centers, and they need to be connected together. And it's all driven by, let's say, even generative AI. Terms like training LLMs, inference traffic or usage traffic generated by AI, hyperparameter settings, ingestion. So all these terms originate from the AI line of activity, and they're driving developments at the moment in network infrastructure like crazy. How does that reflect to this region? Well, actually quite good. And there are several reasons that we recognize why this is such a good match. So data centers, why does it match? Well, there is something to do with warmth, right? So data centers, there is lots of lots of compute happening. That warmth needs to go somewhere. And in a relatively low temperature climate, that can be done efficiently. So climate is an opportunity. There is, for instance, especially in Norway at least, there's the hydro. So in terms of renewable and available energy, there is a tick in the box as well for large data centers. I was almost saying the political stability, but it's also a stable, let's say, environment from geographical point of view, right? So all these things look favorably onto the investment scenarios, let's say. Connectivity is especially well provided as well. So lots of AI traffic is east-west, albeit with the UK in between there maybe. Lots of fiber optic cables across the North Sea and in the Baltic Sea. And like one of the previous speakers mentioned, there are plans to even go via North Pole route for 2 major infrastructure projects, thereby building, let's say, a redundancy for lots of subsea cables that currently traverse the Red Sea area. So these data centers, are they then being built? Yes. Finland is attracting lots of investments from Microsoft and Google. Brookfield invested in Sweden for up to USD 10 billion, which is significant. And the one that took yours truly by surprise, actually, was the recent announcement of Stargate Norway in Narvik. So that's a data center location to house 100,000, not in the first week, but up to 100,000 GPUs, graphical processing units, to provide AI compute. So massive movements over there. But then what does it mean? What do we have to build then in this fiber optic WAN of yours, Freek? Now let's start out with the basics. We have 100 gigi point-to-point service probably needed. Maybe a 400 gigi So what do I mean? Well, 100 gig from A to Z with a couple of 100 kilometers of fiber optic network in between. Maybe a 400 gig. Probably will go to 800 gig in the near future. So 1 or 2 of those circuits, Freek? No, probably you'll need a handful or even more. So at least it would be a stack of transponders that each provide, let's say, a 400 gig point-to-point transparent service over an OLS, optical line system, covering hundreds of kilometers or thousands if that works. And another model is popping up where we see that the companies behind these data centers, they say, look, I don't have this network. So they call up a regional service provider who does have a network and the local manpower to look after it. And they will just expedite the whole network infrastructure, the fiber optic infrastructure, to that regional service provider. So they will pose some requirements, so much capacity between A and B, again, with WDM in between, across 1,000 kilometers, let's say. Here you go, regional service provider, build me this network. It needs to be vendor A by ABC. And that's what we call a MOFN, or managed optical fiber network. So the companies behind the data centers expedite the whole network industry, the whole network aspect, to a regional service provider. Another model which is more looked into than actually deployed, I have to admit, is something called spectrum leasing, which is totally happening at just the photonic level. So thereby one can, let's say, technically split up the available spectrum in a fiber optic strand between 2 different customers. So what's got coherent to do with all of this? So what is coherent, in fact? The shortest of introductions, if you please. So the top half of this diagram shows something called intensity modulated direct detect. What does this mean? It means that the transmitter of a device sends out, by means of a laser pulse, signals to a receiver at the other end of a fiber strand. And the only thing that the receiver will do is check, do I have an incoming pulse of light, yes or no? If there is some light coming in, the receiver will decide, okay, that's a 1 in the bit stream. If there's no light, it's a 0. Excellent solution for low data rates, for short distances, for instance, inside a data center, a 10 gig pluggable optic, for instance, SFP+, yeah, you're going to make that as simple as possible. But all these more massive solutions I was talking about just ago, they require something else altogether. They require the combination of both high data rates, but also large distances, hundreds of kilometers. And that's not going to work with just this receiver that will look, oh, I have a pulse coming in, and that's a 1. I have a 0, I have no pulse, that's a 0 in the bit stream. And there we have the coherent transmission technology coming in. It involves much more than just this intensity. So it involves, indeed, it does involve amplitude, but it involves phase and polarity, for instance, as well. And one gets to do with constellation diagrams like this, and those constitute, let's say, a transmission signal across a medium. Technical term for this one would be 16 QAM. There's 16 points in this quadrature amplitude modulation scheme, and each point in this constellation denotes a series of zeros and ones, let's say, as encoded. So over time, the transmitter, using those, let's say, for simplicity, those 3 properties of light instead of just the single amplitude one. So over time, every point will be used to denote the bit stream let's say. Another way to look at it is coherent. If you add the word coherent in everyday use means together. So in this, technically speaking, the transmitter and the receiver, they need to be way more aware of each other, what they're doing. The receiver needs to be quite more intelligent than just looking at incoming power levels. The stricter sense, the stricter origin of the word coherent is coherent phase demodulation. That's what's happening at the receiver. Without going in too much further detail, which could be possible, but I'm not going to too much, there is a couple of keywords, let's say, to be aware of in this arena. So here we have our constellation diagram again. So zeros and ones denoted by points in that constellation. We have something called baud or symbol rate, which is how often the laser actually does give a light signal. But then there are the other properties that we've seen. So phase and polarity that make up the eventual data rate of this signal that we are transmitting across the fiber. Data rate and then plus some overhead for forward error correction schemes, which actually do make up a significant part of this story. At the end of the day, there's a very important metric called spectral efficiency, which is the ratio of how much data we are transmitting by usage of so much spectrum in the optical fiber that we are using. So how does this look from a product development point of view, very high level? So these technologies don't come easily as a piece of bread in the supermarket. They take time to develop, to design and test and develop, let's say. So typically every 4 years, there is a new iteration, a new generation, if you will, of that coherent technology that's introduced. Starting out in 2009, and at the moment, we're at 2024. Well, we have the WaveLogic 6, so the 6th generation of coherent modem technology over there. What does this graph show? 100, 200, 400, 800. What does this mean? So this is the maximum data rate per wavelength supported by the modem technology. So if in 2017 we issued a modem technology for up to 400 gig per single wavelength, that has now increased by a factor of 4. So we have a single modem, single wavelength technology providing up to 1.6 terabit per wavelength. And of course, that's up to, so this is all variable, right? If there's lots of noise or if it's a very long path in your fiber optic network, you might not be able to reach such extremely high data rates, but then you just downgrade, you do whatever you can. And another aspect of this diagram, you see here this larger, for the people in behind, it might be difficult to see, but these are, let's say, integrated modems, so transponder form factor solutions. But here you see, for those that can recognize it, a QSF PDD, so a pluggable. So as of the 5th generation, we decided, look, it doesn't make sense to develop one solution. Let's make two. Let's bifurcate the development path and introduce two streams of solutions, a form factor optimized, energy optimized, and a performance optimized that does go up to 1.6 tera, and a form factor optimized or energy optimized for up to 800 in the latest edition. So aside from that, this is proving to be a very successful approach, this coherent technology, right? There is another graph that goes a little bit strange. It goes downsides, downwards, but this is the reduction in power usage per bit, in fact. So there is a clear plus side in minimizing, let's say, the number of lasers, to put it very bluntly, right? For the same amount of capacity, there is just less and less equipment required, so less and less power. How does this look? How does this map out, let's say, in terms of solutions? Well, very sketchy, but one has to do something. Again, we have the whole spectrum of the fiber optic WAN outlined over here. Access, metro being 100 kilometers or something thereabouts. Multi-span metro or regional, long haul up to including submarine, tens of thousands of kilometers. So typically we see that the more one gets to the edge, the pluggable form factor is the way to go. It works just best. It's the best fit. Moving over to longer distances, typically there's larger capacity requirements over there as well between the same endpoints. And there we go for the integrated modem form factor. So that's transponders, typically as large as a laptop, maybe for the largest ones. So some examples of I promised activity in the region, so I'll show 3 examples of recent activity that we did, just to give you a flavor of what's happening here. So here's the first example. So what did we do with this particular customer, this particular Sienna customer? So we worked and we looked at a set of paths in the fiber optic network of this particular customer. We deployed the latest, so the 6th generation of coherent modem technology at 2 endpoints. So the darker red path between Oslo and Trondheim, 650 kilometers. So it's this particular arrow. So 650 kilometers, meaning that there is lots of photonics. There's repeaters, or better known as amplifiers. There's other ROADM sites in there, so photonic switches where you can tap off a wavelength, if you will, along the way. So that 650 kilometers, we were able to indeed push the maximum of the 1.6 tera out of those boxes. Slightly longer path, well, slightly, no, it's twice as long. It's 1400 kilometers in the orange. 18 spans, so again, that means like that there is 18 times, there is or 17 to be exact, there is an amplifier en route to amplify again the signal because the fiber attenuates the signal. This time from Oslo to Bergen, indicated with the yellow arrow. More than twice, but yet again, we did manage to push out 1.4 terabit per carrier. How does this look like? So here we have spectrum, and here we have the carrier indicated. So this is the single wavelength, let's say, in both cases. So this is, in this particular case, you can see there's not much other wavelengths running about. There's just one indicated over here. And here we see a carrier, a 200 gigabaud carrier. So 225 gigahertz of spectrum. And that constitutes that single wavelength. Another example, with another customer, we deployed the 5th generation. This is a couple of years back. So we deployed the 5th generation, which is an up to 95 gigabaud and up to 800 gig per wavelength technology. And we deployed that across, again, a part of the terrestrial network of that particular customer, which runs between Amsterdam and Copenhagen, 1100 kilometers. So again, there's lots of ROADMs and photonics in between. And yeah, we were able again to push up to the highest attainable data rate for that particular distance. For 1100 kilometers, we were able to push it to what it can do. And again, what could that mean? Yeah, well, an 800 gig data rate in a single wavelength, so 4 times a 400 gig. Third example. So here we deployed the coherent pluggable form factor. So we deployed Xena plugs in a third-party router across a third-party WDM line system. And again, 900 kilometers and 1300 kilometers. So again, lots of amplifiers and ROADMs in between. One QSFP at the A and one QSFP at the B point between Copenhagen and Stockholm. If you can recall, the 5th generation of coherent pluggables went up to 400 gig per carrier at best. And that was a success for 906 kilometers and for the 1300 kilometers as well. So these examples to give you a flavor of what this technology can do, with an immediate comment that these are hero experiments. What is a hero experiment? It means not much margin left. So it might not be commercially, let's say, very safe to deploy, but it's at least a technical indication of what can be done. For those of you interested, so ZR Plus was the line interface that we deployed for the 906 kilometer path. And we also deployed a Xena proprietary modulation of the wavelength. We always follow standards, but being such an R&D intensive company, we like to tinker and think things through and develop stuff ourselves. So we have our proprietary modulation modes as well. So this particular one being called Packet Max 70, so that's a 70 gigabaud carrier, which one in fact was needed for the 1300 kilometer path, right? 70 gigabaud is, it does give a little bit more leeway than 400 ZR plus for those of you who are, let's say, slightly into this field. I should mention, by the way, that stepping back one slide, that we issued a press release yesterday. So I was just not in time to capture it in this slide pack, but we issued a press release yesterday together with this particular same customer for a feat that we jointly achieved across the repeated subsea cable from Stavanger to Newcastle. So there we deployed 1.6 tera across 700 kilometers. So final comment is that these coherent technologies, they are not, let's say, they don't exist in isolation, especially in that case where we deploy them in interop, in third-party routers, across a third-party line system. So we thrive to have our NMS, or domain controller rather, work in such a way across such a multi-vendor environment that the overall end-to-end connectivity model is in fact visible, right? So we strive to that type of situation. Not saying that that is very easy. As you can imagine, there's lots of combinations, especially when, especially between router vendors, it does vary a lot. If the router will accept yes or no that third-party plug, what's doing there, I don't like it, things like this. Like mentioned, Xena always follows standards, which is the best way to guarantee interop. Other vendors are more difficult to persuade, but we find that some of them are getting there. So such a view from your NMS is the target, let's say, for in these types of interop situations. So we follow standards. One particular one to mention is CMIS. So CMIS compliancy. If you're venturing into this scenario, plugs in third-party routers, remember this particular abbreviation, CMIS. It will help you along the way. I'll skip that slide. So I've given the shortest of introductions into coherent technology and what it can do, and especially, I hope, in this beautiful region of yours. Thank you.
If there's any questions? If not, I guess we can proceed.
Interesting. You sure? I think that's better. Yep.
Yes, so Gerhard is getting ready.
Yeah, but I need to plug in my machine.
All right. This is the HDMI. Just open. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Awesome, awesome.
So we'll be hearing from Gerhard Stein. Dr. Gerhard Stein. He's a lead research engineer at Flex Optics, where he turns innovative prototypes into real products. With a background in computational engineering and a doctorate in simulation technology, he combines deep research expertise with hands-on creativity. Beyond his industry work, he contributes to open source software, and he is the creator of the Commander Genius game engine. Let's give a warm round of applause for Dr. Gerhard Stein.
Thank you. You can hear me? Yeah, awesome. I can hear myself. One side note, if I speak too fast, please shout out, slow down, something like that. Let's test this. Slow down. Repeat after me. Awesome. Thank you. Great. Let's start. Yeah, I'm going to talk about transceivers as well. I mean, this is a section, and network reliability. So how do we get or guarantee that our transceivers are reliable? Well, we were wondering, and we just came up with some ideas. What nowadays you can do on transceivers, which is part 2, after I start a little bit with the intro we did together, is a bit error rate tester. There exists these big devices where you can do it. But some transceivers also have this integrate, and this is a big advantage. I'm going to tell you why. And one factor that is important, that is number 4, we have black boxes, which will be in 2 or 3 months revealed about what it is, because it's a series of presentations. So we are going to compare distance, which means different fiber length that we are connecting to the transceivers, and temperature. Because temperature, you know, in your racks is always a problem. It's really making us our heads hurt. So I analyze temperature and I also analyze distance. So these are the correlation we are going to look. There will be a live demo, so I brought some devices, so you can also see after the presentation. We can also have a look if you're interested in something else or more. And yeah, let's talk about these transceivers. And yeah, the coherent from the past presentation are also candidates for that. They have a DSP and an MCU that drives the DSP. And I was talking about bit error rate tester, BERT. Where you can run it on the device. And for example, you can define that there's a bit string that is being transferred from the transceiver directly. So you don't need to have a network gear that is through IPAv3, for example, sending the data. No, you can tell the transceiver, you generate the data, and I want to receive the same data, and with some verification what it should have received, you can verify it. Which means forward error correction, of course, we always have that. And optical signal to noise ratio is like a second value we want to look at, because usually you have these 2 point of views. Normally, as someone connecting and getting links ready for the customer wants to have certain bandwidth, right? So what you measure with a bit error rate tester is the bit error rate, and it's simple. You have your number of erroneous bits divided by the total number of bits. That is one point of view, but there's also the other point of view, and there's a correlation, but you have to look at those separately, because this is all about signal. dB and dBm, usually when you measure your signal with some of the smaller devices where you can do this, is your optical fiber cable good enough or not? You usually get power values, Tx power, Ix power, or nowadays also OSNR. What is OSNR? It is a relationship between the signals, the useful signals, and the noise. If you hear outside the construction site and it is too loud, you cannot listen to me, you cannot hear me. If I speak up louder, well, you can listen perfectly. So there's a certain relationship between signal and noise. We always have noise. Everywhere is noise, and but the relationship is important. And that is the signal to noise ratio, basically, which you can measure. And these 2 values can be executed with certain diagnostic capabilities on these transceivers. And yeah, that's one of our experiments. I just cut off the head of a Flexbox. It looks like that. And special thanks to Cisco. It's a little bit difficult to see. There's a heatsink on this transceiver sitting on it. I had to cut off the head of this Flexbox because we need more ways to cool them down if for a longer time we want to run these kind of diagnostics. And yeah, that's an example of an 800G transceiver. We tested many of these transceivers, a couple of series on which we were interested. I cannot show you all the results, but instead I can show you and will show you the most interesting ones. And of course, we also have a coherent one here in between. And that one is particularly interesting. And why that is, I'm going to tell you in the later slides, but let's get back to 100G transceiver. The ER was particularly interesting because we had this with customers that they buy a transceiver, they're excited, they're connected. Not all of them. I know we have experts here, but we also have had customers who are new in the market, and you have to watch for attenuation. If you connect a cable drum, and I was in this situation where I wanted to connect the 2-meter fiber cable and then a 20-kilometer fiber cable, well, there are differences, right? This transceiver is meant to be run on 40 kilometers. So if you take a 2-meter cable and connect it to a 40-kilometer transceiver, you are breaking the photodiode, basically. So in order to avoid that, what you have to do is to attenuate it. And you can watch in our job our limits, dBm. Yeah, these are the power, Tx power, X power, the maximum. But there comes a new challenge. The problem is, if I want to compare all these cables, well, at some points I have to attenuate them. And so what I ended up doing in order to better compare somewhat, I added different kind of attenuation. And the 3 first, which are 11 dB attenuation, where these are the most comparable, but after that I had to lower down the attenuation because if I don't do that, well, I don't get any signal anymore. But as you can see in this diagram, yeah, it's a little bit messy because there's a lot of correlation. But I want to pinpoint out one effect that is quite interesting when you start measuring bit error rate. First of all, the red section is a section outside of the Ethernet specification. You can go up to 2.4, 10 to minus 4, but it's not a good link anymore, but it's still within this IEEE specification. So that's something that works, but I mean, yeah, you want to have as little attenuation as possible, but at the same time, whatever your customer needs. What is interesting is the relationship to the temperature, because if you start increasing the temperature, you don't cool it down properly, the bit error rate gets better. So is this our message? Shall we heat up our transceivers? No, basically it's a control circuit that is targeting the eye diagram. It is, how can I explain? Actually, what you want to achieve is to have a perfect eye. That is what you usually measure in an oscilloscope when you're measuring all the lines. And if you give it the right time window, you get to see an eye, because it jumps up, it jumps down the signal, and it forms an eye. It's never perfect. Perfect would be a rectangle, but it looks more like an eye. And this eye gets messy when you start increasing the temperature. So what happens with a laser is through a control circuit, it changes the power, because the laser also have to be at a certain temperature. It's not the temperature of the transceiver itself, it's inside the transceiver, a specific temperature you have to keep up in order to have a good signal. So that is what basically happens here, but as you see, if the temperature continues increasing, it gets worse. And with a 2 meter, you have very strange jumps. So yeah, temperature is a little bit annoying on that side. Getting back to the bit error rate, so this relationship seems simple. You also have to consider a little bit of statistical noise, Gaussian noise. It is called, usually you take a sample of 100 errors. Why do you do that? Because the idea of gating time is, you might read this in the specification of transceivers, is that you take a sample and you just assume that, well, there's a certain probability that up to 100 errors I receive if I wait, I don't know, 16 minutes, for example. And considering a bit error rate, which is a good value, 10 to minus 12, it takes 16 minutes you have to wait, in which you can consider, yeah, there were mistakes. Why are we doing this? Why are we assuming that? Because if you measure your first error, so your error could be erroneous. It could be a fake measurement. It wasn't an error after all. So that is why you better take a sample of 100 so that you can be sure that something is going wrong here, right? So that's a little bit the idea of gating time and bit error rate in its relation. Now, one that was interesting, yet again, thanks to the Cisco guys, we used an old heatsink fan. So this was very helpful in order to cool down these transceivers, because our flex box, I have one here, do not cool down. There's a certain reason we want to keep this compact, so we have to go this measurement, and yeah, we took this from an old Cisco 800, and what you see below this heatsink is a coherent transceiver, a 400 ZR this time, and I will show you more curves, but no worry, even though this transceiver is more complex in its inside, because 16 QAM coherent signal, the diagram will be much simpler. But first of all, we have a friend who does a little bit of scrap management. He takes old switches, old routers, everything that others would throw away. He collects it, he recovers all the copper, and from him, basically, we got the heatsink. So if you're interested in dumping anything and you want to have it recycled before you throw it away, feel free to approach our CTO, because they are best friends. Anyways, getting back to the coherent, I think this looks better for one advantage, and that is what speaks a lot of if we can remove some correlation. I don't use attenuators here because it's not required. Why? Because you can easily connect a 2 meter cable, but you can also connect up to a 60 kilometer cable. We have a different specification for the range, so we don't see any red out of Ethernet specification, because a coherent is more tolerable to higher bit error rate. So if you start measuring it on coherent, you will see a higher error rate, but that is okay, because it is better at recovering the signal. So you don't have to care that much. And the good thing is the temperature also doesn't matter anymore. Not so much. I mean, it's a little bit, but really what changes a bit error rate is your fiber length, your cable. So the attenuation of the cable itself. Yeah, we also tested this without cooling. If we started, the thing with a bit error rate is in the background there's a counter running, so you start with a higher value if you don't cool it down. It was a very short test. After that, we cut off the current, and yeah, that is what we measured. Now, a more interesting experiment, I brought a transceiver here that we got up to 120 degrees. It is that one. I'm going to connect it, and we will see if it still works. Yeah, but don't do this at home, so do it in a protected or more or less protected environment. I call this a transceiver barbecue. You can search this for YouTube. There's a whole story about it. And yeah, in order to properly see the transceiver, you can see the yellow ledge, but not everything else. The photo's not that good. I used the heat gun, not these heat guns that is for the hair. It's a special one that can go up to 600 degrees. So be careful with that experiment. And yeah, I tried it out with 2 meters and wanted to see how long it survives if we make it too hot. Usually when you connect your transceivers to your network gear, you can read out high warning, high alarm. That is pretty usual on managed switches. And we wanted to find out how realistic are these margins? How much can you go beyond those? Usually, what we do in our software is have it locked at 65 degrees. We consider that a lot. So I started heating up the transceiver without the heat gun, wanted to see what happens with the software. I'm fine, 65, it quits. So I removed this safety mechanism, let it run until 100 degrees, but we wanted to see if we can go up to 100 degrees. So after I found out that the signal got lost, I retried, that is the green curve, if I can go up to 120. Yeah, but at around 80 degrees, the signal is lost, basically. But on this another try, it still was responding. So then with the fourth try, I wanted to see if the transceiver still works and how the bit error rate will be. And I was kind of surprised that I hit the right spots with the temperatures. It went up a little bit, but it recovered itself. So the transceiver survived the 120 degrees. But yeah, it's something you should not do usually. But just to get a feeling what happens if you go beyond high alarm and high warning. Yeah, that curve. I already explained it a bit. Bit error rate is a counter, though you can have this effect that it doesn't recover entirely the bit error rate. That is because you have a counter. You would have to reset the counter. So don't be surprised if you remove a cooling device and put it back, that it doesn't go down to the value you had at start. Having said that, you already saw this image. I'm going to show you a live demo, a small one, so you can see how this works, and we'll explain a little bit more about, we were talking about two values, which was bit error rates the whole time, but also the OSNR, you remember, with the noise, if I speak out loud or not, and if you can hear me. So we are going to measure that one, and bit error rate. Just let me start this guy here. Come on. Don't fail on me. If it doesn't work this time, you know, it survived 120 degrees. Yeah. No worries, it takes a little bit of time, but it was detected, as you can see here below. Yeah, it takes a bit of time to boot, but what you are seeing here is, and one of the more modern switches or network in general can do is, we are starting the PRBS, the diagnostics capability of the transceiver. And I think that has a big advantage because is it the fiber, is it the switch or your network gear or whatever, or is it the transceiver where the problem is if, you know, you have too high latency times, or if your bandwidth is going down or whatever reason. Well, here's just the Flexbox with the transceiver testing it, and as you can see, it still works. 2 meter fiber, 10 to minus 12, it's still doing its job. It goes a little bit up, the temperature goes up. That is normal. It's also related to the counter, but as you can see here, we have temperature, reception power I put here. I could show more diagrams, but I think with 4 it is more than enough. It's really the most interesting part we are seeing here. That's the resolution. We can also get more frame per second if I turn off the optical SNR, so it gets gray and it's more fluid. But it is because OSNR and bit error rate share the same page in memory. So you have to be telling the transceiver, please show me that value, please show me this value. It's diagnostic selector, it is called. So obviously it's faster because I'm not switching the diagnostic selector anymore. But if I disable this again, it starts switching, and yeah, it's more work for the transceiver basically. Yeah, and that's it basically with the practical part. Let's get back to a couple of slides, because let me be honest, we were a little bit dissatisfied, so we tried another transceiver, put it up to 250 degrees, and wanted to see if we get it destroyed, because I mean this guy still continues working. So, but we took a different one. By the way, I also have it here, but I will not show in the presentation if it still works. I put another label on it. It melted down the label, so yeah. This really went far beyond that. I added a weird limit. This is an unofficial limit, because beyond 128 degrees, it starts reporting negative value. If some of you already have developed in C language, for example, and heard of signed char or unsigned char and the difference, that's the reason of it, because the first byte, it needs to be flipped in reality if you want to measure this temperature correctly. Beyond 180 degrees, I mean, yeah, you're really dealing with very strange effects. And yeah, the signal got lost. It also recovered, but when I rebooted this transceiver, the reception was way worse. So basically, yeah, the photodiode does not work on that one anymore. So yeah, once again, the message, don't try this at home. And with that, I'm almost finished. Here are some takeaways. So direct detection transceiver is a non-coherent one, we can call it. It still depends on temperature a little bit. Bit error rate will always be a rolling average temperature, which means what you actually read is based on a counter that is divided by itself, and it always takes the last value, divides by it. That's the reason why it behaves like it behaves, what I showed in the previous curves. So difference between high alarm and high warning is not so much. So keep an eye on these values. If they're shown on the switch, try to be below the warning. Coherent transceiver benefit from more properties, as we have learned even in the previous presentation. With more features and more signal recovery, the temperature does not affect the bit error rate that much. Yeah, and that's it basically. And by the way, this presentation wouldn't be complete without any AI. So we used the AI to generate some odd pictures, and not sure if it looks for you like a transceiver. I found it interesting, so why not? Anyway, that's that, and thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Are there any questions? We have times for questions since nobody said slow down.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually.
All right. Then I think we can take our break. It will going to be a bit longer break, but then we'll also have a bit longer session afterwards. And then yes, we're going to wrap at 5 with a quiz after this next section. Thank you very much. See you. All right, welcome back. Nice to see there quite a few of you still standing. This is the last section of the day, which is also the longest. Yeah, let's get started and not spending more time. We have here Henrik Arvidsson from Arista, who is going to talk to us about AI networking challenges. Henrik started his network engineer career for over 30 years ago and joined Arista Networks 2 years ago as a system engineer based out of Stockholm. Before joining Arista, he worked at other American vendors, a global service provider, and also many years at an outsourcing company. On the personal side, he spends a lot of time with his 2 daughters, and when he gets the opportunity, he goes skiing as much as possible. A round of applause for Henrik.
Thank you very much. So I actually been skiing to Senja and to Lyngen the last two years, and that's been really pleasant. So I'm going to talk about networking for AI. I've seen there's been a lot of AI-generated pictures today, so that's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to look under the hood to see actually how do we connect all the GPUs? How do we get that work? What are the challenges? How can we scale it from 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000 of GPUs in a cluster? So in a standard data center network, there are 10,000 of flows, quite small, based on TCP, UDP, quite easy to load balance across multiple uplinks, the spines, and the leaves. The AI fabric work completely different. The GPUs do their work, their calculations, and when they're going to exchange the metrics, there are large flows, there are elephant flows, there are consistent flows. All GPUs exchange the metrics with each other at the same time, which actually blasted the network. It goes from 0 to 100 in milliseconds. So there are definitely different requirements on building an AI network. There's also a term called time spent in network when talking about an AI job. Apart from all the calculations that happen on the GPU side, the time that is spent in the network is measured. We normally say, it depends on the AI workload, but the average is about 10 to 20% that actually an AI job is spending exchanging the information between the GPUs. So let's kick off. I'm going to talk about the networking basics, the challenges we have, how to build scale-out AI networks, and also talk about Ultra Ethernet. And then we have some questions and hopefully answers. Today, or till today, we have built an AI backend network based on mostly on InfiniBand, and the front-end network was based on Ethernet. The challenge for many companies in this case, they have two different networks to operate, the 2 teams, different tools, different challenges. So that's quite of a siloed way of building networks. Wrong. So what we're talking about today is the AI fabric, where we can use Ethernet both for the backend network, which is basically the GPUs connecting to each other, exchanging all the information, and the front-end network, where we host our storage, our applications, our Kubernetes, and all of that stuff. So we're creating a unified fabric, so we can use the same tools for managing and monitoring the both networks. We can use the same telemetry for both networks. We can do automation in the same way. So we become definitely more efficient by doing it this way. So you all heard about GPUs. There's been some talk about GPUs today. Down to the right, we have an H100 from NVIDIA, which is a typical XPU server, GPU server. It has in total 8 GPUs. And there are actually 3 networks we talk about when designing a AI backend network. We have the CPU and storage ports that's connecting to the front-end network. In the front-end network, the standard data center is often where the storage is hosted for the AI. We have the GPU ports, normally 8 times 400, which means 400 per GPU, connecting to the backend network, where all all data between the GPUs are exchanged. Then we have an internal network between the GPUs. So there is an internal matrix or bus or what do you call it? In NVIDIA language, it's called NVLink or NVSwitch, depending if it's in one server or in a rack. So those are the 3 networks that we need to take into account when we do designing AI networks. Any questions? There are also different kind of topologies we can use when building the AI network. We have the standard layer 3 leaf and spine, the same topology that we use in our standard data centers based on IP. And we have what we call a rail. In the layer 3 leaf and spine, you connect all the GPUs in one rack to a leaf switch, and then they are connected to the spine, which means all GPUs can communicate over the IP fabric with each other. With a rail only, each GPU 0 in each server connects to one leaf switch. GPU 1 connects to another leaf switch. So that's actually what's called they become a rail and have the same rank in the GPUs. And for them to communicate, if GPU 0 in a rail, for example, should talk to another GPU 0, they just have one hop through a leaf switch. They are connected to the same leaf. But if GPU 0, for example, should talk to GPU 7 on another server, they will go to the GPU 0 on that server and then use the internal network to go to the GPU 7. So there are pros and cons with both. If you have a small installation, rail works well, but if you need to scale it above 500,000 GPUs, the leaf and spine are definitely more flexible to scale out and connect more GPUs to that one. So what are the challenges when designing a Ethernet backend network for AI? We talked about the different domains. It's more from an operational point of view. We talked about that endpoints are fast and they're blasting the network. Then we have the 2 blue ones that I'm going to talk about is more or less about how to do load balancing. And that job completion time is really important because the slowest job dictates the total time for that AI job to complete. Power and cooling is, of course, interesting. We talked about optics. In those kind of environments, we normally have like 10,000 optics. So the lower power each optic have, it's really important. And also talked about the observability and visibility. How can we catch microbursts from this environment and to start troubleshooting if there is issues? But let's have a look on the load balancing part. In a leaf and spine environment, we're using ECMP as a standard load balancing, equal cost multipath. So it actually hashes each flow, and that works very well when you have 10,000 and 100,000 of smaller flows. But if you have elephant flows with a low entropy, which is basically low numbers to actually do the hashing on, it's easy to place the same flow on two flows on the same link and start to have collisions. We have ECN and we have PFC to protect the network and have the senders to slow down, but we don't want to use that too much because that will impact the job completion time. So standard ECMP is not good enough for AI workloads. What was developed after that is basically that we used RDMA-aware static hashing. We looked a little bit into the InfiniBand frame to be better to be able to hash it better, but it's still static hashing. It has no awareness of the link utilization or the buffers of the switch. Then we introduced dynamic load balancing, which is much more better because then we measure the buffers, the link utilization, and can place flows on the lowest utilized links. But dynamic load balancing is still per switch. It has no understanding of the leaf and spine topology, because if it places it on the link that is good, the next switch can have overutilized links. So the next thing is cluster load balancing, which is basically topology aware. So it can identify the collectives, which are the AI jobs, understand the collectives, and understand the network topology, and basically place the flows all the way from A to A or B to B in different paths, or the least utilized paths in the network. Is that good enough? Yes, we've installed a couple of solutions with both DLB and CLB, and it works. But I will talk a little about Ultra Ethernet, which will solve a lot of those issues. So when we look at the AI backend design, there are some design principles to think of. Symmetric is critical. Hosts, which is GPUs, should be equally distributed across all leaf switches. Every leaf should connect with the same amount of uplinks to the spines. When you start building an AI backend network, the spine layer should be fully built out from the start. And then you can add leaves and GPUs later if you want to scale that out. Why? Because otherwise you need to start recabling everything, and that's not funny when you have thousands of fibers. One important thing, no oversubscription between leaf and spines, which means the number of terabits coming in from the GPUs to a leaf switch, the number of terabits bandwidth you should have out from the leaf switch to the spines. So those are the platforms that we are using when we are building AI networks, the backend networks. A fixed platform with either 32 or 64 times 800 gig, or the chassis that can have up to 576 800 gigs. Sorry. We talk about different tiers when we need to scale the AI backend network. The simplest one is to have a single tier where you put the switch in the middle and the GPUs on the side and just connect it into the spline. We can have up to 1152 GPUs connected to the same switch. If you want to go higher, you need to start building a two-tier model where you have the leaf switches connecting to the GPUs, and then the leaves are connected to the spines. So we have every GPU can talk to every GPU in the cluster. And then we have the three-tier model where you're building pods with 2 tiers and then connect them into super spine, and then you can scale really high. over 200,000 GPUs. So let's have a closer look on the. It's lacking. So this is absolutely the simplest configuration and installation of a AI backend. You have a chassis with line cards, can support up to 1152 400 gigs GPUs. There's a minimal amount of configuration and tuning that you need to have it to perform. And it's a lossless schedule. It's a lossless architecture built into the chassis. So this is the simplest configuration that we have. And you can actually grow this by scale also. You don't need to, if you're only going to use 400 GPUs to start with, you just buy line cards that supports the number of GPUs you want. Then you can add line cards to that one. And if you want to start really small, you can, of course, use a 64-port fixed switch in the middle also. And then you can have up to 128 GPUs connected to that one. For the next step, we have the two-tier backend. It's also quite easy to build because it requires a little bit more tuning around ECN and load balancing than the tier 1 does. But you build out your spine layer to keep this fully build out your spine layer from start, and then you can add leaf switches when you need to scale. So with this one, we can scale up to 8,000 GPUs in the same cluster. And when that is not enough, we need to look at we really don't need to look at the 3-tier model, but what you can do to scale a layer 2 or a tier 2-tier model is basically you can use the chassis in the spines, which means you can add more leaves, and then you can grow your you can easily grow your fabric up to almost 100,000 GPUs. To summarize, most AI clusters can be built with a 2-tier design. We have the one with the chassis, the 2-tier model with the chassis, and fixed switches. We scale up to 74K of GPUs. If you only want to go with the fixed switches, we can scale up to 8,000 GPUs. If you're only building with a 2-tier fabric with chassis, you can go over 500,000 GPUs in the same cluster. Why? Isn't that green also? That's very costly. So it's a bit of a TCO part included here also. So looking not in the future, actually the specification for Ultra Ethernet 1.0 was released a couple months ago. What is Ultra Ethernet? Ultra Ethernet Consortium was founded in 2023 by 12 companies. Today there are 100 members, 1,300 participants, and the mission is to actually create Ethernet and the Ethernet fabric to handle mission-critical AI and HPC workloads at large scale. So we can see the companies that are there are the semiconductors, AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, the hyperscalers, which have the largest installations in the world, Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle, and the networking companies like us, Cisco, HP, Juniper. So it's a collective effort from the industry to do to standard on Ethernet for the AI workloads. taking one step back, today, we're transporting RDMA from the sender of the of the metrics. We use redirect memory access, just to be clear about that, and transport RDMA frames over Ethernet by using RoCE v2. Basically, we take the InfiniBand packet, put a UDP header on, put an IP header on, and an Ethernet header on. So this is the transport protocol that are used today for Ethernet. So Ultra Ethernet Consortium is not about hardware, it's about software. It includes the full stack, from the NICs to the links, to the transport layer, and so on. So in the first draft, there is a new transport protocol called Ultra Ethernet Transport that will be replacing RoCE v2 and InfiniBand. So this will run on IPv4 and IPv6. It's designed for really large scale, so it will take advantage of what's existing today, the addressing, the routing, etc., in the fabric. But what it adds is actually multipathing RMA. It supports packet spraying, which makes it much more easier to load balance. Relaxed delivery ordering. Packet can arrive to the destination host unordered. We don't need to reassemble the packet before sending it out to the host. Rapid loss recovery, new congestion algorithms to control for the data centers. If we take a bit look on the transport protocol, the packet spraying. So what's happening is basically the packet spraying is not from the networking part. It's introduced from the NIC itself on the GPU. So instead of sending a flow, it sends a lot of packets with different UDP header UDP ports. So we can load balancing each packet over the leaf and spine fabric. And while they don't need to arrive in order, and how can that be achieved? Yes, because from the sender GPU, it adds a tag directly to the memory of the destination host. So when a packet arrives, the destination host places it directly into the memory. And when we can do packet spraying without reordering the packet, that will increase the throughput in the network. And why we don't need to reorder the packet in the network, that will lower the latency. So this feature will lower the latency and increase the throughput in an AI backend network. I would like to share some customer designs that we have done in the Nordics. Some of the customers. I've chosen one of each model. So for a company developing software for self-driving cars, they run their own cluster. They have chosen a single tier design, and they support they have up to 576 400 gigs GPUs. And they use it for their own purpose, training models. Customer number 2, which is a sovereign European cloud based out of Sweden called Everock. They've started with the same design for their testing. Now we're looking into a 2-tier design based on fixed switches. They will initially start with 1,152 GPUs in the cluster, and they like to scale it above 4,000 GPUs. And they will actually sell GPU as a service to customers. Interesting, because then security suddenly comes in. You don't want to run your backend data and share it, even, how about encryption? How about segmentation in the AI backend between the customers? So that's also why we need to use layer 3 in the backend to do VRFs and so on. Customer number 3, it's a global cloud provider with a data center in Luleå in Sweden. They have over 30,000 GPUs connected in the same cluster. They are using a 3-tier model. They use it only for their own training, and they create great pictures. So that was all from me when it comes about the AI, building AI networks. Just a short one. We have an event 21st of October in Oslo. You are very welcome to attend. Talk to me, Andreas or Jacob, and we'll share information about that. And now to the questions and hopefully answers. No questions? Have any one of you been involved in building, thinking, designing an GPU cluster or AI cluster? Good. One shy guy in the back. So, yes, please.
I can fix the microphone.
Thank you. And it's around the load balancing.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you have tried cluster load balancing and it's working well, but it needs to be topology aware, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What are the main challenges that you have seen that by being topology aware? Is that something that needs to run on the switches? Every switch needs to be aware of that? Is an external controller? How that normally works?
Very good question. It's actually a piece of an agent that is running on every switch, and there is a controller piece of that. We have it built into in our solution into our management system that it takes care of that, and then program the switches. But as you say, it's today based on a controller solution. So
okay. And my second question to that, talking about observability, is that data accessible? Because one of the few things that it would be pretty good, especially for tier 3 type of networks, is how you want to leverage and want to see maybe create some kind of scoring system around your different layers and verify burstiness, load balancing, and so on. So just want to check if that data is accessible, is exposable, or are there plans to expose it?
repeat the question.
So it's around metrics, basically.
Yeah.
Metrics around that data, the load balancing. So these agents have that capability of doing the load balancing. I would imagine that they have also a lot of data around metrics of how that load balancing is working. And my question is, how is that data? Is that data now exposed in the controller, or are there plans to expose it?
It's exposed in another way because we're using streaming telemetry, and we measure microbursts in our switches. So we can see when there is a microburst on an interface, and we also have a piece of software that can run on the GPU NIC itself. So we can see which NIC is impacted by the congestion, so to say, which flows from that NIC are impacted, and what path it takes through the network. So
awesome. The last question, and I promise this is the last one, is
we'll have a chat over the beer later, but come on.
The last one would be, are you using some kind of open telemetry to expose that data, or GNMI or telemetry that allowed?
We have our own. We're streaming all the telemetry directly from. As soon as there is a MAC change or a route change, we're streaming all that telemetry to our own solution from a specific agent running on the switch called Terminator. But we have support of calls for GNMI and so on. So
is Terminator the
Terminator agent that's running on the
okay, awesome.
EOS.
Thank you.
Not to be too Arista specific. Thanks for your questions.
Right. Any other questions?
I'm running out of time. So.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Eric.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have, yes, you can use that one to make yourself. You can look, yeah, it's like this. We have Donatas Abraitis, who actually has a Who Am I slide. So he will be presenting himself, and he will be talking about FR routing and BGP features you haven't heard or used of.
Yeah, let's do. Um, okay. Hello. I'm Donatas from Lithuania, central jamming point. At the moment, working as a system engineer at the Hostinger, software engineer at NetDev / open source routing. One of the co-founders of Baltic NOG, which is established this year, and an active FRR contributor and maintainer since 2019. I was thinking what to talk about and decided that people might be interested to hear something not very popular, random features recently pulled into FRR, and some BGP capabilities, some ITF drafts. There are three hot prefixes at the moment: 0/8, 127/8, 34/4. And while IPv4 is still in demand, there are proposals to shrink these spaces and release millions of IPv4 addresses. From 0/8, there is a proposal to leave only a single address, which is 0000 as reserved, and others should be released. From 127/8, there is a proposal to leave 127.0.0.0/16 as reserved, and 240/4 as it is. So roughly around 300 million new IP addresses on the market. If I recall correctly, Red Hat, or to be more specific, MetalLB, asked some time on how to peer in FRR using 127/8 subnet. At that time, it looks a bit useless, but now I find it very useful, especially when testing interoperability issues between different vendors. Something like running multiple BGP implementations on the same box. It's disabled by default in FRR, but there is a command called allow reserved ranges. Some companies are already using 240/4 internally, especially cloud providers, huge. And one fact found that I know at least one company which is using IBM's ranges internally. Traditional BGP requires specifying whether the peer is internal or external by using fixed AS numbers. AS numbers are advertised in BGP open message directly inside the packet, inside the open message header, or encoded inside the capability if it's 4 bytes ASN. And in FRR, there is a way to say whether the peer is internal or external without using AS numbers. And since 10.2 release, there is a way to say it's just auto. That reduces configuration overhead, makes more flexible, and especially useful in environments where AS numbers can change, like migrations, I don't know, ASN merges, automation, yeah, and combined with a number appearing, it's beautiful. The main issue with the unnumbered or interface-based peering is that once you have multiple vendors, most likely you will experience interoperability issues. And one of these is IPv6 link local address handling when the implementation sends 32 bytes next hops. And the real problem is when the BGP node tries to handle global unicast address, which is filled with a link local address, or global unicast address is empty, but next hop length is still 32 bytes. And this capability eliminates the problem by sending only 16 bytes next hop, only a single IPv6 link local address. And good news is that this draft is already adopted by TF IDR working group, and hopefully get some progression. To be honest, this is one of my favorite things that is going to happen in BGP, hopefully. BGP capabilities are advertised in BGP open messages. So in order to modify some parameters, let's say changing graceful restart value, timer values, or peering role, or enable, disable some random capabilities, you have to drop the session, which may damage all the services relying on top of BGP. And this capability would facilitate non-disruptive capability changes by BGP speakers. Actually, it's a new BGP message type, number 6, which is used to advertise or withdraw capabilities dynamically instead of using in open messages. Unfortunately, it's not very popular among the vendors because it's not yet a standard, but in FRI it's enabled since 10.1 release, but only for a data center profile. BGP doesn't use IGP metric for best path selection and primarily relies on AS path length. And using IGP, each link has a metric, and the path between the nodes has a distance, which is the sum of the metrics of all the links that belong to the path. And this is a new optional non-transitive BGP path attribute, which is used to carry accumulated distance between the nodes. And when the node receives a route with this new AIGP attribute, the node can enable best path selection based on the AIGP metric. That means that the lowest AIGP metric wins, and instead of relying on the AS path length. Bad news is that this is non-transitive. That means that it cannot be transmitted between external peers. but there are at least a couple of ways to do that. One would be using set metric AIGP with the route maps that technically converts this attribute into med attribute, which is transitive. Or another way would be using OED peering. What is OED peering, or what administrative domain peering? Some networks span more than one autonomous system and require more flexible way to propagate path attributes. It's worth saying that these multi-AS networks belong to a common administrative entity. RFC 7938 perfectly defines how eBGP is used at large scale. And these large-scale networks actually require to have an ability to carry any BGP path attribute between external peers that belong to the same domain. This draft defines a new eBGP peering type. It's called eBGP OID. Actually, it's nothing else than a regular eBGP, except that treating path attributes more or less the same as for iBGP. Like on the previous slide, I mentioned that AGP metric is not transitive. So with OID peering, we can send this attribute. Also, we can send local preference between eBGP peers. BGP at path capability allows the advertisement of multiple paths for the same prefix without replacing any previous ones. And a large number of prefixes may be received by a node, potentially depleting memory or CPU resources, or even causing network-wide instabilities. And for example, in a Ferrar, roughly one path is around 250 bytes. So if we have a full feed, let's say it's a million route, it's around 250 megabytes. And imagine if we have one path, 100 paths per prefix, so it's 20 gigs or so. This extension or / capability allows indicating the maximum number of paths per prefix the receiver is capable to receive, so the sender can send as desired. At path capability itself has a flag to disable receiving additional paths. Something like the receiver can ask, I'm not interested into any additional paths, don't send me any. While with this extension, we can ask, send me only 2, 3, 4 best paths instead of 100, for example. In modern data center environments, we tend to have conventional routers participating in the data center routing process. And the fleet of routers has different versions of routing daemons. This means that knowing the exact version of the routing daemon could be a crucial factor by quickly identifying the root cause. I think it is especially useful for today where AI is involved. We can give for example, a PCAP file and the AI could give us a quick summary or so what's going on the network, and depending on the version, about the known bugs or features for that version. Yeah, I heard a lot of concern about that regarding the security, etc. But something like a trade-off. It's currently implemented in quite decent number of open source and even not open source implementations, including tools like Workshark. It's enabled by default in FRR, but for iBGP, that means for internal BGP. And there are actually a draft in IETF currently which defines on how to transmit LLDP or CDP information in BGP, but it's just a native way to do that in BGP. Normally, BGP must send a notification message and drop the session in order to handle error conditions. And graceful restart mechanism requires that normal BGP procedures be followed when a notification is sent or received. And this extension capability allows graceful restart procedures to be applied when a notification is sent or received, or when the whole time expires. That means that if both peers have this capability negotiated and notification bit is set inside the capability, the nodes can retain each other's route if notification is received. But this functionality actually can be defeated by using a notification message called hard reset. Other messages are referred to graceful reset, and hard reset is just another type of notification message, which is something like an encapsulation of the original message. So when the node receives a hard reset notification, it just decapsulates it and to find the actual original notification message, which is sent as a init message. In FRR, there is also another useful configuration knob called BGP hard administrative reset. That means once you do a manual session clearing, like clear IP BGP, the nodes can retain each other routes as well until the session is reestablished. When the route is propagated beyond the immediate peer, it's useful to allow certain characteristics to be forwarded further. And this is a new, quite fresh draft in IETF as well, that called BGP next hop dependent characteristics. One of the characteristics currently implemented in FRR is BGP next hop nodes, which is already in 10.4, more to come in 10.5. In this diagram, R2 and R6, for example, can send next BGP identifiers to R1, as you can see here. And for now, it's only for visibility purposes, but it might be possible to do something like weighted ECMP based on the number of next hop nodes, or something similar to what link bandwidth extended community does, but with more visibility and fine-grained control. Actually, a better example would be using a closed topology where every path has an equal distance. And if we have a next hop and next hop pair, we can just avoid sending the traffic over the congested links or reducing the traffic ratio. I think that would also be useful for AI networking at some level. Yeah, I think that's it from my side.
Thank you very much, Donatas. Questions? There are a few questions, so don't run yet. I'm coming with the microphone. Where are these?
Tor Andersson, Red Pill Pro. We are using the BGP unnumbered feature of FRR extensively, where you transport both IPv4 and IPv6 routes over a link local only IPv6 next hop and with automatic pair address discovery, which is super useful. And I would hope that that is supported by more vendors for so that I could use that to my peers and IP transit providers and so on. So I was wondering, this issue about having a 16-bit next hop versus the 32-bit next hop, is that a blocker for standardization of the BGP unnumbered feature? And if that actually...
You mean a blocker from ITF?
Yes, because as I understand, the RFC mandates that a global IPv6 address is put into the next hop, 32-bit next hop field. And of course, if you have only link local addresses, there's no global address to be put in that. So you mentioned that there is a draft to make 16 byte next hops, and would that then remove the requirement for a global?
Yes.
And would that then pave the way for standardizing the BGP unnumbered feature, where you have automatic, as in that you can actually pair on link local addresses in a standardized way? And is there any efforts underway you think that you're aware of that would standardize that feature?
So are you referring to the case when, for example, we have a number of peerings and this capability? Let's say we are sending 16 bytes next hop.
And link local only, right?
Yeah, and on another side is using, for example, set roadmap, prefer global. Are you about that?
I think my question was more, is it possible, or is there any efforts underway for this peer link local address auto discovery using router advertisements to standardize that behavior? Because it is super useful. It would be very useful if Cisco and Juniper and all of these vendors of network equipment would support it, so that when I connect to a transit provider that uses Cisco routers, for example, that we could just do interface-based neighbors instead of just using manually assigned IP addresses on the BGP neighbors. So I don't know if there is any efforts underway to standardize this or not that you're aware of.
I think the drafts are already in a good shape, but yeah, contributions or the comments like yours are welcome. So I think we can discuss about that. And
thank you.
Thank you, Tutura. Any other questions? I think no. Thank you very much, Donatas. Yes, while I prepare the next. I think it's something like this. All right, we have here with us Marius Hula. He is an infrastructure architect focused on enterprise infrastructure. He has 20 years experience and holds the Cisco CCIE and CCDE certifications. And today he will be talking about end-to-end policy in a hybrid cloud world. Thank you. Are you unmuted? I don't know. No. No, you are.
Hello. Hi there. I'm going to touch into some of the elements that's already been talking about today about observability, security, and of course network operation. This presentation is based on isovalent Cilium. It's about Kubernetes networking mostly, but it's not only that, because a lot of these things that Cilium is doing and the isovalent is doing is can also be directly applied to any Linux machine. So first and foremost, I just want to thank all of the presenters until now. It's been very great to see all of your presentations. It's a very interesting day today. And I feel a little bit like an imposter here, because I'm going to talk about stuff that I'm not an expert on compared to everybody else there. So this is why I have this disclaimer. I'm an infrastructure architect. I'm in no way any expert on Linux, BPF, eBPF, Cilium, or Kubernetes. I'm just a guy who loves people, gatherings like this, and I love technology. So I read a lot. I stick my fingers into some things, and I end up knowing some things. So one of the things that I just want to have like a small segue into like the whole end-to-end policy. So it's a little bit about the digital architecture, because everything is now a little bit everywhere. You have something on-prem, something under your desk, in your garage, or in the cloud. So what defines the digital architecture is basically more or less the same as architecture itself. A building has some infrastructure like plumbing and so on, and the same is what exists is the components that do the architecture and the relationship with them, like between them, like the interfaces, integrations, and so on. And in the end, the reason why you chose to build it like that, why you don't have the plumbing running in the ceiling but under the floors, for example. And the reason why I go into this a little bit is because since everything is everywhere, it's not exactly the same as building a building. Because a building, you have like 4 walls and you have a ceiling and everything, but when you have a digital architecture, you have a lot of stuff floating around between on-prem, cloud, someone's home office, and so on. And I'm sure a lot of you guys, like everybody here, has full control of their architecture. I'm 100% sure. There's full governance, full control. So I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about our customers and everybody we talk to. Because in general, like I know that everybody has pumped over this router standing there with some cables going through the ceiling and everything, and you wonder, who owns this? What is this for? Can we dare to turn it off or move it or anything? I don't know. Maybe it has to just stay here forever, like until the building is torn down. So this is part of the challenge with having distributed infrastructure is to have the governance of it, and to have like you have different parts of the infrastructure. Like we have these cloud people, we have this on-prem people, but like what's floating on the top is a little bit the same between, and there's not necessarily a clear ownership of it. And if you have undocumented and ownerless services, that's not merely a risk. It's not merely a weakness, but it's actually a huge risk, and that's where you're going to be attacked. Most of the time, you're going to be attacked anyways. But if you are being attacked and you have governance and you have full control of the service, you will probably be able to resolve it quite quickly. But if someone is attacking a service that you're not even aware of, that's not as simple. So this is just an example framework, and there is like millions of frameworks. I thought this is a good framework for maybe this audience, I don't know, but it's about the governance part. This is by the TM Forum, which is more towards service providers and telecom industry. So if you're not looking into any framework to like have a full governance over your digital architecture, maybe you look into this. So now I'm coming into like the beginning of the end-to-end policy, and it's not like it's haven't been solved before, but Cilium, they try to solve it a little bit more like easier than before. And this is it all started with when you need to add some services into the Linux kernel. You have to go through a process that might take many years, because you have to ask the Linux maintainers to kernel maintainers to agree that they are going to do this, and then they have to implement it, and in the end, maybe it will come to a distribution close to you in 5-6 years. So that's why they thought eBPF could be the solution, because then you can actually program the services you need right into the kernel. And you don't need to wait for Linux distribution like 5-6 years from now to be able to do what you want to do. And I just also have to say, I made this presentation yesterday, so I'm not entirely sure what's coming, but I have a vague idea. So I just wanted to bring out this, because this is a book, O'Reilly book, written by Liz Rice, which is open source officer in Isovalent. And there's a link there, so whenever you get a hold of the presentation, you can download that book. And like the birth of eBPF is stated to be around this time, 11 years ago. So what is eBPF? And I'm sure most of you guys knows what eBPF is. So and I'm sure you are also more expert in this than me. So I'm just gonna go fast through this, because in the end, you don't even need to be an expert on eBPF to use Cilium. So eBPF is basically what I said, that you can make applications to work directly into the kernel, so you don't need to add a new service into the kernel. And these are the points that are important, the point that were for making the eBPF: networking, observability, and security, to make that easier for application developers. And it works a little bit like this, very simplified. you have this user space in Linux with an app, container, whatever, that can work down into the kernel with kernel-specified apps, like interacting with the files that's opened, networking processes going. And if you check out the book from Liz, you will also see examples of how you can make programs, and you can also go into Isovalent labs and actually do try a little bit of the programming, like a hello world with the eBPF. eBPF itself has a lot of strong members, and it's very much and very well maintained. So it's not like just something that's gonna fall down when someone doesn't have the capacity, like that one person doesn't have a capacity to maintain it anymore. So it has strong contributions with a lot of strong contributors. So since its birth in 2014, since 2015, there is already in 2023 there was 41 repositories with applications for eBPF, and this is from the state of eBPF report. So I haven't checked this myself, what the status is from 2023 to now, but I can only imagine that it has increased even more. Which leads to why I'm talking about this. It's Cilium, which is one of the biggest applications until now that utilizes eBPF. And Cilium, as I said, you don't need to be a eBPF programmer or expert or anything. You just need to understand that that's the basis of the technology that they are running, which gives them the possibility to make the container network interface, and also, if you want, a lot of the functionality directly on the Linux machine. So this is just like a short timeline of the history of Isovalent. And the most important elements here I want to pull out is Google in 2020, Amazon 21, and Microsoft Azure 22. So they chose Cilium as their standard network interface card, or like the option of a standard internet interface card in Kubernetes in the cloud providers, which means that now wherever you build your Kubernetes clusters, if it's on-prem, if it's in OpenShift or in VMware, or if it's in any of the cloud providers, and it's not only those, it's others also, but those are the major ones, there is no reason why you can't build like a complete Cilium fabric between all the different providers, where you actually can live in a proper hybrid world, where you do actually live the resilience as it's been talked about here. Because are you truly resilient if you are living just in Microsoft Cloud? Maybe if you have different availability zones and so on, but are you truly resilient? So Cisco acquired Isovalent in 2024. And for me, it makes perfect sense, because Cisco can be customer zero. They can use this in their own technology, and they are already doing that. So I will get back to that a little bit later, because this is everything that runs on Linux can actually take advantage of this. Which means, for example, any of the operating systems, network operating systems for Cisco, the Nexus switches, the routers, and so on. So I don't know how many of you are working with Kubernetes. As I said, I'm no expert, but I know enough to know that it hasn't been easy for network people to get into the whole cloud and Kubernetes thing. And you have like the application developers who sit there and do their own things, and they pick just the container network interface card that works for them. And it's kind of like a disconnect between network and security and the cloud people, which Cilium has simplified a bit, because you can do this all, and actually you can do this all in YAML. So everybody, I'm sure that most of you have been working with the YAML files for almost anything you configure. So all the things that you can relate to in a network sense, you can also relate to them in Cilium, and that way you can actually be part of the design and the delivery of the network all the way into the container. So this is what Cilium did. They took a lot of these separated packages in Kubernetes, and they just said, okay, let's just try to do something about this, and you can have this as a package. And the best part of it, it's open source. So you have two main ones. It's Cilium and Tetragon. Tetragon is more like end host security. It's meant to be to control or have insight in the traffic, but Cilium is more like the network setup. And they are open source, and I know a lot of people who have been asking, okay, so now when Cisco bought them, it's going to be closed source, or probably not, because Cisco already does a lot with the open source. They are part of developing a lot of open source software, in addition to contributing a lot of standards. So I really don't think that it will be closed down. So Isovalent, which now is with Cisco Isovalent, it's more like the enterprise part of it, where you can get service agreements and support and all that, all the good stuff. Did I pass one here now? Yes. So this is basically how it looks like in the Cilium package. You have eBPF running on in the foundation, and then Cilium does a lot of the networking part when it comes to networking for Kubernetes, the mesh networking. So if you're going to mesh between the clouds, if it's public cloud, private cloud, whatever. And they also do a load balancer. So does anyone remember the last time Cisco had a load balancer? The Cisco people is not allowed to say here. Yeah, okay, so what is the name of the? Yeah? No, it's ACE. Yeah, I heard some of you guys say, and yeah, and it's a little bit, it's a bit funny, because I believe most of you guys know the 6500 platform, which did actually everything. You could have the firewall module in it, you could have the wireless service module in it, and you had the ACE. There was no limit for what the 6500 could do, and it's a little bit the same, but this is just software, but it's a little bit the same. You have like the Cilium is like the 6500, and then you run everything on top of it. And then you have the runtime security with Tetragon. So down to the policies, because this is why you came, to see the code. So this is just an example of a basic layer 3 configuration between front end, back end, just a regular HTTP request, between like just pure layer 2, no 3 rule. Then you add the layer 4 rule, where you have added it's actually going to be on port 80 TCP. Quite simple, it's YAML. And then you have the layer 7 rule, which is the beauty of it. You can suddenly say that, okay, we are gonna allow the get for the /public in this domain. So you can restrict down on the same web server between different applications, restrict it down to the specific path. And this is where the whole eBPF part comes into play, because you do that, you just fetch it from in the kernel when the traffic goes through there. And it's aware of DNS, so you could actually do that with DNS names instead of IP addresses if you want, which should make sense today. And not only that, you have encryption security between nodes if you want, and you can run that as IPsec or you can run that as WireGuard. I believe the WireGuard option is probably easier and default, but if you choose to do that by IPsec, it's also possible. And when it comes to network like overlay, because maybe you want to build an overlay between the nodes, and then you do that. You can do that with VXLAN, for example. Or if you choose to do native direct routing, but in that case, you have to have the complete end-to-end control of your IP addresses. So if you're building a private cloud, shouldn't be a problem. But if you're interacting with public clouds, might be a problem. So it's just to be aware of that. You have the option to do that in the encapsulation in VXLAN if you don't have the full end-to-end control, where it's neat that you have WireGuard and the VXLAN encapsulation done. But that's not all. You also have the possibility to I will get back to the load balancing, but also you can run everything with BGP. So you can peer down to your leaf switches. So when you're running, let's say this leaf spine setup with your AI compute farm, then you can do with all the CNIs, you can just configure them to talk over BGP. And I have to say, IP version 6 is also supported. So what I just said, and that's one of the reasons why Cilium is really good, because they do this they do the decisions in the kernel. So you do a lot of you remove a lot of overhead that you might have had before when you run sidecars and so on. So now you're just doing it straight away, and you do the decisions of where the traffic is going before you need to go to a higher level, which means that you can get a lot more juice out of your AI fabric. And as I said, the ACE, it actually is a load balancer, and you can install it on a Linux box, so you don't have to run Kubernetes to do that. And it's I'm not 100% sure, but it has like, say, 70–80% of the features you could expect from like Citrix or F5 load balancer. So when you have those niche requirements, you probably will go with F5 or something, but for most of the use cases, you could go with this. And that brings us to the network observability. The Hubble, and this the Hubble UI, it's nice enough itself, but the main part here is that you can actually connect this to any observability system you have built up yourself, if that's being the Elk stack, or if that's Splunk. And if you want to present it in Grafana, it's all up to you. And Isovalent, they have a lab, a Grafana lab, so you can actually just go through it. I believe it takes like maybe 15, maximum 30 minutes. Older labs are like nugget size, so you don't need to plan to spend like one working day to do it. You can just, most of them is like, say 15, 30 minutes, just sit down, try it. And probably for you guys, it will be like 5-10 minutes because I'm quite slow at these things. So did I press here? Yeah. So these are just some of the Cilium adapters, and the list is long. But what I want to tell you about this, and I put the source here, but of course you can Google this yourself or AI it yourself. There are customer stories. So you can also figure out what they did, what they use it for. So you can understand like, how can this relate to me? For whatever reason you would look into it for your own sake or for your customer's sake. And now I'm coming to what I said in the beginning. So already in NX OS 10.6, you have something called, what was the name of the service? NX Secure, which is based on eBPF, which runs Tetragon. So you can actually look at, and this, what this does is it allows for 0-day patching. So if there is a vulnerability going on, you can just directly patch it with eBPF instead of waiting for how many days or weeks it takes for the developers to make a completely new operating system to patch it. And with that, I will also say, Nico Wibert, he's like the Cilium star. So I'm sure that if you all saw him here today, you would have been like, after his presentation, you would have given him the vibe and everything. He's writing a Cilium book with O'Reilly. He's brilliant. Follow him on LinkedIn or chat him up. I'm sure that he will, if you even want him to come and present something, he's willing to do that. He's really good at these things, and he's a good guy to be connected with. So that leaves me. And the presentation is probably shorter than 30 minutes, but that gives you more time for some break. But it's a call to action. As I said, these labs, and some of these labs are a little bit longer and harder, and some of them are shorter and easier. So you have, like I said, getting started with eBPF. That's a very short, simple lab, and you can make like this hello world eBPF code. Maybe it will take you half an hour, maybe 1 hour, I don't know, but it's very specific and it's guided in a very good way. So I really enjoy the labs I have done, and they are built on a very good platform, Instruct. So it's like the whole lab environment is very smooth. And these are just a few of the labs. They have, I believe it's like 40 labs or something. I would really recommend you to go and check them out. Any questions? I could probably not answer it, but go ahead.
forever. We will obviously provide certain enhanced services for that. You can buy that for open source, but all the technology, everything is going to remain open source.
So for so I guess for the video stream, I'm just gonna relay in a very short message that Björn just said that Cisco, they have committed to this fully out, that is isovalent, Cilium, everything from them is going to be open source from now on and forever. So don't be afraid that this will suddenly, like someone starts building their platform on the open source version and then someone will just pull the carpet under their feet. That's not going to happen. Thank you, Björn, for the clarification. Any other questions? That one I do not know. I know that, yeah, you should be able to do that actually, when I think about it, yeah. Because it's the container network interface card, and you should be able to change that with Docker Compose. Yeah.
Right, any other questions? If not, let's thank Marius. Thank you very much, Marius.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And up next, we start the lightning talks. Let me find the right slide set. So,
do you have any? Yeah.
Yes, a bit of mess in my notes. We have with us yet another Marius, Jan Marius Evang, who is a research engineer at Simula and has worked in network operations since the 1990s. He was one of the first to operate an IPv6 network in Norway, and he will be talking us through a lightning history of IPv6 in Norway. Thank you.
Yeah, so very fast history lesson. I'll skip quite quickly through my slides, but you can probably download them later to get the full picture of everything here. And since I guess most of you were not born yet when internet came to Norway, and some of you were just in the middle of it when IPv6 happened, we'll start off with the very early days. Internet came to Norway somewhere, let's say 1970. When the NORSAR, the Norwegian Seismic Array, was connected to the United States through a satellite link. And this was done to monitor Soviet nuclear tests. What happened before this, if you're interested, can be found in this book, which was sort of 40 years of computers in Norway, published in 1993. And of course, in 1973, Norway was connected to ARPANET in addition. And then, let's see how to do the next here. Yeah. And then the world looked more or less like this. This is the complete map of all routers and all servers on the internet in 1973. And you have Norway over here as the first country outside of the United States. There's also a link up there for more details about the first years of Norwegian internet by Paul Spilling and Ingvar Lund, who were sort of in the middle of it. Timeline. IPv4 was introduced to the internet in 1982. NIX, 1993, which most of you probably know. OsloNet was the first commercial operator in Norway, established at the famous pizza party by a bunch of professors. And then you had PowerTech coming a few years after, started by a bunch of kids. And, rumor has it that it was partly funded by Solofondet. And by 1995, the search engines came, and after 1995, the internet has been more or less the same. The experience with the internet by 1995 was more or less what it is today. Okay, so just a little bit about me. I've been pairing at NIX since 2002. Now working at SimilarMet, which is partly owned by Oslo Met. And I took my master's at the University of Oslo a long time ago. And the first 6 years of the SIXPON, I was responsible for Norwegian IP addressing. So me and my friends and the PowerTech guys, we were not really the first movers. We didn't design much of this stuff, but we were the very early adopters of everything. We had the social media, we had the internet at home, we had blogs, web, cell phones. We set up Wi-Fi before it was Wi-Fi, and we were the first to test out IPv6. So back to the timeline. 82, we had IPv4, and then in 1990, the talk started to get the next version of IP. And it was finished by 1995, when the RFC 1883 came out, which is 30 years ago. Of course, there's been lots and lots and lots of adaptations since then. Linux got support for IPv6 around November 1996. And in the first implementation, we had ping, telnet, and we had tunneling over IPv4. And then we had IRC very early also. And PowerTech people had an IRC server on IPv6 around that time. IBM AIX was the first commercial operator with a standard IPv6 in a standard release in 97. And sometime around 1997, Cisco fixed this. Windows from 98. So the software was early. What about Norway? This, as so many other things in the internet world, it was a bit random people who started this. It was the radio amateurs in Oslo. It was the network students in Trondheim, and PowerTech were sort of the first bunches who did this in the middle of the 90s. The hub of the IPv6 internet in Norway was in the Radio Shack at the physics building at the University of Oslo for a few years. And these are sort of and the first global IPv6 network was SIXPON, which consisted of a lot of islands around the world that were connected over these IPv4, IPv6 tunnels that was supported by the very early Linux implementations. And by 2006, it was more than 1,000 different sites in 50 countries. We were connected in November 97, or we actually had a few connections before that, but since that date, we've been permanently connected to IPv6 in Norway until now. And we had the /24 delegation of IPv6, which is an enormous amount of IP addresses. And then some other, of course, we were tunneled through Sweden, and lots of other institutions connected to us at the Radio Shack. But then we got some proper funding from the communication laboratory at the UIO. We managed to buy some Cisco routers, and Ole Trøen behind here, he compiled the Cisco version for us with IPv6 for our 7200 routers. And we had an ATM backbone between the sites. And Norsk Regnesentral and University in Oslo were sort of the key players in this. The minister opened the internet too in 1998. We've been doing this for a long time. Of course, he sort of connected to fiber cables, or we didn't trust him, of course, so he connected the same two ends of the same cable going just around the pillar. Yeah. And then the first mention of IPv6 on the NIX mailing list I searched for was in 2009, so the operators were a bit slow. And since 2020, it's been a requirement for all governmental purchases to support IPv6. My guess is that somebody after me will talk a bit more about that. There was a press release, 7th of June in 2001, where Telia stated, we will be the first in Europe to have a commercial launch of IPv6 for everyone. And then there's another press release 22 years later. So, yeah, as we know, it's slow. I don't know if we plan on having any questions for the lightning talks, but I'm always open for a beer or a coffee for anybody who wants to talk.
I think I've seen a hand at least. Just a second.
I think you can you hear me? I can talk loud instead. I've just some questions to your story about Altibox and 2013. About the commercial providers and the IPv6. I think you need to add in some stuff in there, maybe.
I'll use the mic. Yeah, the question was about with commercial providers, and the short answer is that the backbone providers have had IPv6 for a long time. And of course, this is taken a little bit out of context. This is Telia backbone, and they've had IPv6 since more or less then. This is Telia mobile. So, yeah. Yeah, the equipment vendors were early on the backbone stuff, but not on the customer, the stuff that's close to the customers, like the ADSL modems were late and that sort of thing. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Jan Marius. So we're continuing our lightning talks. We've talked about our sponsor NONOG Foundation, presented by Maya Enes, who is a compliance manager at Blix Solutions. She used to do freelance work, writing and speaking about internet. She's the author of Internet, published in 2019. And she's also a board member at the NONOG Foundation, which is also the topic of Maya's talk today.
Hello. There, unmute. Okay, so I'm Maya. I work with compliance and administration in Blix Solutions and Blix Data Center. I am also a board member of Internet Society of Norway, and I am helping out NONOG each year. But for this, I am most recently appointed a board member of NONOG Foundation. As also he said that we are sponsors this year, and I kind of thought that everyone would know what NONOG Foundation was, but I've talked to a couple of people here, and they know about NONOG, but they don't know what NONOG Foundation is. So hopefully I can try to inspire you all to see the opportunities NONOG Foundation may offer. NONOG Foundation is not the same as NOG or Norwegian Unix User Group, but we stem from the same history. The NOG, the Norwegian Unix User Group, as an organization started in 1985, and was one of the first internet service providers in Norway, and had some commercial success with that. They founded the company EUNet Norway, and that became part of EUNet International, which was sold, and the money for this sale was, okay, what do we do with this? But we want to still continue to foster development and innovation in the technological community. And so NOG created NOG Foundation in about 2000. The purpose clause is everything in NOG Foundation is in Norwegian, so this is translated by me. So if there's anything wrong, the correct version is in Norwegian at the website. The foundation's purpose is to promote the development of an open infrastructure for digital processing, storage, and exchange of information. An open infrastructure means software whose use is free and where source code and data formats are freely available. And free in this context is not gratis, it's free as in free, obviously. Since the initial share capital of NOG Foundation stems from a collaborative, innovative environment, where the sharing of knowledge and ideas. I also wrote this last night, and now I realized that this is very many words. The background is that the whole open source community has brought a lot of innovation, and as the world continues to have a technological development, everything is more and more closed. And to sort of foster and nurture the open source and the more creative collaborative environment is something that the NONOG Foundation aims to do. So since 2000, the NONOG Foundation has provided travel grants for participating in conferences or also sponsored conferences in a little bit. The basis premises of to get support from NONOG Foundation is that it's will result in the development, improvement, or better utilization of computing or internet, which is quite a broad statement. But a lot of projects are declined on the basis of the next premise, that the project will be made freely available to the community. And as was it Marius, the Marius Hole from Atea, mentioned that the one guy that some projects are completely dependent on, he usually end up tired and quits after a while. So having this clause that makes everything to get support from NONOG Foundation has to be more a free activist thing, has proven to be, as the technology develops, there are fewer people who are willing to spend time creating something for the betterment of internet. So this is in discussion internally in the NONOG Foundation, that this clause might change and that we will have more focus on startups or growing companies that will need a little bit of hands up for the future development of their projects. But so far, as I think I jumped over. Okay, we will see in the end. Most of the previous projects who has gotten money will be listed at the NONOG Foundation websites. You can see NONOG is there, and you can also see the participation at the conferences are quite often that the NONOG Foundation gives money for. So travel grants are probably, if any of you know of NONOG Foundation, it probably is the travel grants you've heard of, or if not, then this is a good idea to, if you want to go to a conference to learn more about technology or open source, or if you're going to present, then NONOG Foundation is interested in helping you out to share the knowledge. Other project that might not be sort of obvious is my book that I wrote. I got money from NONOG Foundation because it's sharing of knowledge. So it's not, the definitions are quite open as long as the premises are met, that there is some sort of availability and betterment of technology, etc. I want to talk about one or two projects that has gotten quite a lot of money from NONOG Foundation during the last couple of years. One of them was commonly known as Skole Linux, which was a cluster of Debian custom-made cluster for schools, for young children in school. The idea behind this was obviously not one guy, but quite a few guys that wanted not to teach school children to be consumers, but to be producers of technology. This was starting to get some traction, but then around 2015, the Norwegian schools stopped being interested, and this were slowly fading into, it could have faded into oblivion, but instead it has gone more international. And if you saw the list of people who got money, Petter Reinholdsen continues this project, but with a more as a coordinator for a more international project from this. And another sort of continuation of the Scholar Linux project is the NORSAID project, which is an organization started up when Russia invaded Ukraine. And they saw that a lot of schools couldn't be opened. There were schools might be a target, and people had to go in hiding. And so homeschooling through digital means was necessary. So NORSAID started with collecting computers and working computers from usually enterprises, and deleted them and installed Linux software, and also the Debian Edu installments, and to provide that children in Ukraine might continue school, usually by only webcams, but this project also has the intention to sort of grow and teach more about doing technology and doing more hands-on technology without having the looming fear of this need to be updated, or suddenly things cost money, etc. So that's also something that NUG Foundation has been supporting and funding to be able to go through. So there are a lot of opportunities with NUG Foundation. Basically, we are a foundation. We started out with an initial grant of the sales from EU Net International, and we sort of had forvalta, I don't know what that is in English. We managed those funds quite well, and now it's a quite wealthy foundation, and we can use up to 10%. Technically, we can use up to 10% of our funds money, and that the complete funds money is about 60 million kroners now. Yes. So NUG Foundation, since you can see that even though not every project is listed on this website, there's not very many projects applying for money from NUG Foundation. So this sort of tells us that not many people know about NUG Foundation. So this summer, the board was opening up to have two more board members. So I am one of them. The three others, the three originals, has been board members since 2000 and the start. So now we were me and other young woman at 25 years old, who's been into the startup community with NTNU, and me, who knows some of the network community and the startup community in Oslo. The intention is that we are going to start looking more to startups and newly and people who are commercially invested in creating open source project or other open infrastructure, digital processing, open something. As I said, it's a lot of the definition of what can be available for support is quite vague, and the bylaws still states that this has to be sort of well, the premise at least states that it's had to be free, but this is, as I told, an internal discussion on the board, and there is a general consensus in the board of NUG Foundation that this will change. So this is just sort of a heads up for those of you who sits there and sort of really need some money for a really great project, or for those of you who are activists who really would like some money to get your idea out there. This is let us know. We want to help to build a better and stronger open source community. So this is it. Questions, anyone? Good.
Thank you very much, Maya. I think you can. If you want to get the microphone, I think it goes something like this. Yes, let me just change the slides. So here with us we have Bjørn Rønning, who was the CEO of the Norwegian data center industry, the trade association, and the voice of the industry in Norway since it was formed in 2021 until the 1st of August 2025. The association represents the entire value chain of the Norwegian data center industry, represents the site developers, utility companies, fiber operators, equipment suppliers, advisors to the data centers, and so forth. The association currently holds 100 members, companies across the ecosystem. And Bjørn holds a bachelor's degree in electronics and control systems and has more than 20 years of experience in the digital infrastructure space as an advisor, entrepreneur for domestic, international projects and companies. Bjørn, please. Is it on?
I don't know. Why did you mute me? Okay, let's take this from the start again. Anders, are you here? Share me. Hey. Anders is he's my wingman. I'm here to talk about. I was invited. Very thankful to NONOG and the program committee, especially by Erik Blix for inviting me to the very end of this conference, which when people are totally bored out and tired. So I'm going to excuse myself before I even start. But anyways, I used to be the managing director of the Trade Association until 1st of August. So now I'm continuing as a special advisor. Well, technically, I'm only an advisor, but people who know me think I'm very special. So that's why I use the title special advisor. We have a bold ambition in the Trade Association. It's trying to think beyond ourselves and our own needs. And I'll explain a little bit of what that implies. But most importantly, it's about building an ecosystem where everybody is represented in the ecosystem. Everybody from who owns a piece of land where you build some physical infrastructure to build a home over the internet or to GPUs or whatever your digital infrastructure requires. And that becomes that's quite a challenge to try to make this, to think some kind of autonomy in the whole thing. And how can we be self-sufficient and not so much reliant on foreign suppliers and foreign products, which we can never be completely independent, but we need to think more of an autonomy and self-serving. So I was asking one of the chatbots yesterday, late night when I was trying to get this presentation ready. So, okay, guys, can I tell a joke to a company like this? And I planned to start with a joke about UDC, but I didn't get it. This illustrates two things: how bad my humor is, and also how late it is in the afternoon. So I'm going to talk mostly about what's the big premise for building data center infrastructure in today's society. It's not dependent on the available land, it's dependent on power. How much electrical power are you able to gain? And if you have looked in the papers, you've probably seen many headlines and the catchphrases that says that data centers is going to gobble all the power in Norway, in the universe, in the United States, wherever. So I'm going to talk a little bit about who are the big players here, what's the amount of power they have actually applied for, and how much power is available, and how much power do we actually think this is going to end up to at the end of the day. So I'm going to just to show you these columns over here, and what they are. They actually, the dark blue part of the column, that's the amount of power that each of the players have reserved in the power system, and they can use to their according to their needs. So Google here, they have actually a total of 1.560 gigawatts power that they have either reserved, or as the light blue part of the column, it's actually power in queue. So Google is by far the largest player in Norway, and the 240 megawatts that's indicated here in the dark blue part, that's their site in Skien, which is a couple of hours south of Oslo. And so they have built already the first phase, which is 120 megawatts, and they have now started the foundations of the second phase on the next 120 megawatts. And the residual amount here, that's spread across multiple locations. But because that the grid system in Norway, it can't provide any predictability or any transparency on the amount of power I have applied for, let's say somewhere in Østfold, where there is a network, a node in the power system. And the grid company can only say, well, we assume it will be available in 2027. It's more like the joke from the old Soviet Union when a guy was actually ordering a carpenter to refurbish his house 10 years ahead of time. And he said, okay, but I will be at your place in 10 years. But what time? Oh yeah, you need to come in the morning because I'm waiting for the plumber after. So this is basically the predictability that the players are facing now. And one of the ways to solve that is that you basically place your bets on various locations. So without, I can't say this for sure, but I can say this for many of these players. They have placed applications on different places across the country, but not only across the country, but also across the Nordics and probably in Europe as well. And this, let's say, assume that Google has 3 or 4 locations that are basically waiting from the grid company to get the feedback. When can we get power here? So whenever they get the clear answer from the grid company, they say, okay, we will go here and we'll drop the rest. So what we will see, this is my prediction, as time goes by, that we will see a large dynamics in this, that this will change very quickly. And we know from Denmark that even 20% of the players here that has reserved power, they drop out, even after they have been paying for a network study, because everybody has to pay for a network study to do the engineering of the actual grid network, including transformers and new line builds and so forth. And this goes basically for everyone. And that's why we see these huge numbers in Norway. It's 35% of all the applied power in Norway across all industry, households, anything, 35%. In reality, it's going to drop down significantly. On the 22nd of September, we are going to publish a report that we have commissioned by Thema Consulting that would actually nuance this picture a little bit. So everybody, so if you want to attend, to listen into this, just get in touch with Eirik so we can forward you the invitation to this meeting. So what can we conclude from this? It's like the Googles, the Green Mountains, the books, the stacks, the everyone that basically builds the infrastructure that houses all kinds of infrastructure, internet infrastructure, call it digital infrastructure, servers, SA platform as a service, everything as a service, GPU as a service, neo clouds, whatever it is. This is really dependent on how quick they get the power. And this is basically the competitive edge that every country tries to leverage on. But every country has their own monopolistic grid operators that it's really hard to get a good grip on and get a good, call it a good deal. There's no art of the deal in that perspective. So why do we want to attract data centers to Norway? I think that Norway has a fantastic industrial opportunity to build an ecosystem, build a supply chain or a supplier chain that can be significant. And if we extend it a little more and also think back to the early 1970s when Norway got into the oil era, we started from absolutely zero competence, skills, and industry on the oil service industry. Today we are on top of the world, even though if this is in a sunset, the oil industry is in a sunset. But my question is, why can't we build a similar industry for building and operating digital infrastructure in Norway? We have all the people. We don't have all the people we need to drive the big construction project as you see here. But we think that there will be a constant period of ramping up projects all the way until 2031, unless there's something happening that we don't foresee now. Like, is this a bubble we're living in? When does it pop? Are we going to re-enter into the dot-com era? I don't know. Who lives will see. Going to talk a little bit about connectivity, because we also organize all the major transport network operators in Norway, including all the subsea cable operators, Altibox, Tampnet, Bulk, and also some of the smaller domestic cable operators. We see that the need for transatlantic capacity, that's not going to be satisfied anytime soon. But this idea here, the dotted line here, was planned to go from Norway to Canada. 1 year ago, that was basically, nobody believed in that, because why should you bring a cable from nowhere to nowhere? Or Norway to nowhere, or the other way around. So, but today, the political landscape we're living in now, that has suddenly become much more realistic and thinkable and doable. So we are sharing on Bulk to see how its bulk infrastructure that actually has planned this from Kristiansand to Goose Bay, which is basically far north, at least in American standards. So we'll see how it goes. We are, as you see here, we are very well connected to the UK and the continental Europe. But I will say that everything north of Bergen, that's basically, yeah, we're stuck with some aged, fragmented transport infrastructure. Well, not quite, because we have some domestic subsea festoon operators. So this is Tampnet. It should actually, no, this is Tampnet, the straight line and the dotted line. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Norske Viking 2. And have you all you have heard about the line or the new connection to Svalbard and Jan Mayen from Jens Olav from Space Norway. So it's dotted, but it's going to happen. That's for sure. And there are two other projects that are even more interesting that I haven't put on here. And it's two trans-Arctic projects. Both are going from Japan through the Bering Strait and down to the coast of Norway, to the shores of northern Norway, hopefully. One is going through the US-led project is going through the Northwest Passage, or plan to go there. And the other one, which is led by the Swedes, is planning to go across the North Pole, past Svalbard Islands, and also land in Norway. And that would, if that lands in the northern part of Norway, that would fundamentally change the dynamics of how we connect Europe and Asia. Because now the majority of all Europe and Asian communication goes from the Mediterranean Ocean through the Red Sea to all the Chinese countries. We are trying to offer a shorter route. It's actually shorter, but it's more complicated because you have to cross the North Pole. But in the era of climate change, for once it helps us. And this is very ironic, so please. So breaking through the ice would become even more and more easy for each year. So actually, I think those projects are feasible and doable, but they will never see the light of day before 2030. But there's another thing, basically, that's serving the thinking about beyond ourselves and our own needs. How can we support the scientific community that basically is focusing, most of the climate research is now focused on the Arctic Ocean and the countries around the Arctic Circle and you know that. And we are now working to how can we connect the planned trans-Arctic cables to ocean observatories that the scientific community has in the ocean now. And the interesting thing now that there's an institute in Bergen, the Nansen Climate Research Institute, that they have some moorings with sensors in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. And every second year, they have to go with boat and just jack up all the mooring and pull out the memory card that has recorded 2 years of time series of temperature and salinity differences across 2 years. So what we are thinking, what if we can offer the scientific community an online access to all their instrumentation and their observatories? I think it's a fantastic idea, but as everything in life, it comes with a price in terms of dollars and even more dollars. So we'll see, but there's definitely movement in this area. And basically, I think I've exceeded my 10 minutes, haven't I? With a good margin, as usual. Yeah, so I would say thank you. Questions? Please ask. I have a resting bitch face, but I don't bite. No one dares, okay? But anyways, thanks for having me, and thanks to NONOG for inviting me.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Very interesting talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're heading now into our last lightning and our last talk generally. We have Lasse Haugen here, who will present from a browser. This is the first time opening browser on this profile. So I have to, come on.
Just move it.
All right. And was it?
Just notice.
No. Yes. I'll be Lasse Haugen. He works as a network engineer at Statens vegvesen, which is the Norwegian Public Roads Administration in English. He has been working with networks for over 20 years in both private and public sector, and he will be talking today about his IPv6 project. Thank you.
Thank you.
So today I will talk about my pet project, Why Now IPv6, Shame as a Service, a project born out of frustration with the slow V6 adoption. Waiting around for V6 doesn't seem to work, so I wanted to try a different approach, public shaming. So the site scans the top 1 million websites in the world and shames the ones missing V6. And our mascot is the Shame, Shame, Shame lady from Game of Thrones. Seemed like the perfect fit. So, quick about me. I'm a network engineer by day and a wannabe programmer by night. I got my first IPv6 prefix from Blick Solutions in 2010. Been hosting LAN parties for over 20 years and at Gathering for 9. So I've been watching V6 adoption for a long time. And everywhere I look, V6 deployment is painfully slow. And in 2018, I found whynow.https.com, a site that scans the top 1 million websites in the world and the HTTPS status. And I wanted to build a similar tool for V6 deployment. So the site is fully automated. It scans all the domains every day and keeping a change log of when domains enable or disable V6. It checks the quad A records for the domain, the mail, and the name servers. So does this shaming work? The Register, a major tech news site, wrote about my site in 2018, and they added this disclaimer stating they were working on it. And 7 years later, and still nothing. Finn.no, Norway's largest marketplace, and with a quite high ranking, and still no IPv6. So I tried some guerrilla tactics with my stickers, and and it finally got their attention, and still hoping they will enable it soon. So new in this version is the campaign feature. Anyone can create custom domain lists of sites they care about. We currently monitor 4,000 domains, and the crawler scans every 2 hours for more detailed tracking. So here is Norwegian IT companies not doing so great. But can legal requirements help us here? V6 was made mandatory for government websites in 2021. These 4 campaigns monitor the sites under this law with over 500 domains, and 3 years later, and we're not even close. So how is the V6 adoption going? Over the 7 years I've been running this site, only 12% increase since I started. For the top 1,000 domains, about 15% increase. With this adoption rate, it will take about 60 years before we're done. And just for the sites I monitor. So how can you help? Check if your organization is on the wall of shame. And it's time to embrace the future if you are. Come get some stickers. They are free and it's perfect for guerrilla shaming. Stick them on someone who needs it. And yeah, that's my project. It's open source and available on GitHub if you want to check it out. And question and feedback, find me later, get some stickers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we are wrapping here with our presentations, but not before we go through our quiz. Lars here is going to host the quiz. Ja. Ja, bare kjør.
Du får aktivere den.
Legger på deg med mikrofonen.
Aktivere den når den er klar.
Okay. Hallo? Det er egentlig bare å joine, ja. Så jeg ser vi må ha lyd på dette også. Så vi venter på teknikken her. Ja, English. Just join the game. We're just trying to get the sound from the computer in. No, this is the last slot, but yes. We can grab some coffees while we wait or whatever.
Jeg har ikke så veldig mange muligheter å velge litt her. Her er bare volum som er skrudd på allerede.
Okay, we don't do any sound then. Everyone joined? Just okay, let's try. This is the famous NONOG-9 quiz, and this year's prize will not be an IPv4 space, as someone hoped for. But we have this very cool backpack, and the winner will get this. So, yeah, let's go. RFC 1918 defines the following 3 blocks of private IPv4 addresses. Whoa. That's an AS number on top. That's good. What is NOG abbreviation for?
Whoa. Let's see which AS number. That's still an AS number on top. That's good. Is IPv6 enforced by Norwegian law? Yeah, there's no need for IPv6. 2 people think that. Still going strong though. What is peak traffic level at NIX? That's good. It's actually 3.3 or 3.1, 3.3 or 3.1. Oh, 3 is close enough. Some changes. How many members are connected to NIX? That's good. So 74 is the right answer. Maybe we can reach 100 next year. Oh, polar bear is getting up. Can you have 100 gigabits on multimode fiber? If anyone still has multimode fiber. That's good. Changes. How many subsea fiber cables are run between Harstad and Longyearbyen? Almost. Okay. How many % traffic goes through the subsea fiber cables? That should be worldwide. Yeah, 99%. That's correct. Who can you call for Ethernet test equipment and traffic generators? Wow, good. Okay, true or false? Can Cilium replace your Cisco ACE load balancer? It's a nice picture, though. Yeah. Anyone had this box? That's good. 5 people think it's not playable. Okay. Okay, last question then. What is SMTP abbreviation for? Oh, that's good. You've been keeping up here. Okay, who is the winner then? Number 3 is Andreas. Otto is number 2. And number 1 is 8959. Please come to the stage. Hey. And you can have your free choice of bag. That's a good choice. Okay, that's what we had. Thank you for coming, and it's been a long day. We will see each other for dinner at 1900.
Thank you very much. We will be heading to the floor below for drinks and dinner. Dinner is served at 19, so you have some time if you want to take some luggage to your hotel or something, or you can just head to start with some drinks. See you.